Good morning. Commissioner, may I proceed?
Yes, please do.
Thank you. Morning, Mr. McGuire. Registrar, could you bring up OD9A, page 22, please? And can you call out 46 and 47, please? So, Mr. McGuire, just to orient you back to where we left off yesterday, in May of 2018, SEMA had been retained to do what became what we call the lighting study. And in May of 2018, SEMA emailed a memorandum to Mr. Field about the findings of the review of the historical EAs. And that was going to be, you'll see in 46, the content of this document in our meeting tomorrow. And there's also an agenda for that day that included reference to this memo. Registrar, you can close that call out. So yesterday you said that you attended a kickoff meeting and that you were working, I'll paraphrase, sort of with Mr. Field on this matter as a matter of oversight. Is that fair?
Yeah, that's reasonable. I think that those are my recollections.
So by May of 2018, what did you view your role in the lighting study to be?
I'm still involved in it. I was one of the originators of it, but my role would be to, again, just keep my eye on it and make sure that it's moving forward.
Do you recall attending the progress meeting that Mr. Omrani references? It would be on May 23rd.
No, I don't recall.
It was the meeting in which SEMA conveyed its findings from the EA review to the city for the first time. Do you remember that?
No, I don't. Was I in attendance?
You were, yeah.
Okay.
SEMA found that there was no documentation that continuous illumination would be precluded. That is, no documentation from the original EA. And we talked a little bit about that generally yesterday. Do you remember becoming aware from SEMA that the former EA or the EA documentation didn't include any preclusion of continuous illumination?
So again, my understanding of the Red Hill project and back to the original designs and design reviews was that lighting was considered, and I'm not sure if there was a separate report or part of a larger design review, and then the decision was made to do lighting in the form that it was installed, which I think is characterized as decision point and ramp lighting, and that was what was brought forward in the project. So I guess I think you've asked me this, and I think that was my answer yesterday.
It was, and just so that I'm clear, that was your understanding prior to SEMA's retainer of the lighting study?
Correct.
And then what did you understand to be different? Was your understanding different when SEMA completed its review of the historical EA documentation?
So I think in context, what I understood about lighting in the Red Hill Valley was there was a sensitivity to environmental factors and a variety of other things that the EA or a previous document had considered. What this is telling is that it wasn't, that whatever took place prior to that didn't completely exclude ever lighting in the valley. That's my understanding at this point, and that they're going to continue on reviewing, options and what's required to move forward.
And so from a go forward perspective, those findings about the historical EA mean that that the issue of continuous illumination had not been completely taken off the table back in the 1990s and 2000s, and that would be relevant going forward for you?
So again, I mean, my understanding of this was, and I think that the 2015 review also took a look at this, that there was some consideration of lighting, but it was decided to go with the decision point and ramp lighting.
Did you perceive that Mr. Field found SEMA's findings from the historical EA to be different than what he previously understood?
Maybe, I'm not sure about what Mike understood, and I'll be honest with you, trying to understand all of the elements that fed into the creation of the Red Hill, which I think was about a 30-year project, are difficult. So this is those were my understandings at that time.
Thank you, Registrar. Can you go to 16997, please? Pardon me. It's CIM 16997.0001. Mr. McGuire, you'll see this is the agenda. I'm not going to take you to the actual memo that Mr. Amrani prepared. The memo speaks about the EA review, and then under next steps, it has safety analysis and illumination review. So did you understand the safety analysis in terms of the next step would be to do a updated collision review?
Pardon me 1 second. Something's popped up on my screen. It looks like IT's trying to run a scan or something. Hold on. Oh, yeah. Apologies.
No problem. Did you just decline it?
Yeah, I did. I'm hoping that doesn't do something else. Anyways.
Okay. Well, if it does, we'll deal with it. If it comes up, do let us know. Under next steps, it has safety analysis. Did you understand that that would be a updated collision review?
Yeah, I mean, I understand that it would be a review of all the elements required to provide inputs into the warrants through like the TAC and MTO and everything else like that.
Okay, I think that's the illumination review, which is the second bullet point to number 4.
Correct, but I believe that the inputs into that are traffic and collisions and time of day, et cetera, et cetera. So I would say that first part would be data gathering, and the second part would be the review or the calculations of the illumination.
I understand. So, but my question was, you understood there was going to be an updated collision analysis done?
Yeah, definitely. Well, I mean, I don't know if it would be an updated one or I think I'm aware that they're working with operations at the time, but either way, they'll be getting current data.
Okay. Registrar, you can close this and go back into OD9, page 24, please. And can you pull out paragraph 54? So that meaning that we were just looking at with SEMA, which all the documents suggest is when SEMA provides fairly comprehensive assessment of its findings on the historical EA. That was May 23rd. You and Mr. McKinnon meet on June 11. The subject line is Link Red Hill Lighting. Do you recall updating Mr. McKinnon about the progress meeting with SEMA on the lighting study?
No, I don't.
Was it typical to involve the general manager at this relatively early stage in a project? You know, SEMA's done some work, but not, has not finished its work.
I had meetings with Dan on a reasonably frequent basis, and maybe this was just an update for him.
Okay.
Not sure.
I'm going to suggest to you that you updated him because the EA historical review actually did represent a change from what the city had previously conveyed in past reports about the EA. Is that fair?
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I don't think that we've seen a document that expressly states that. So I'm happy for Commission Council to put that to Mr. McGuire, but we've been through the 2013 and 2015 SEMA reports, and witnesses have provided their understanding of that. So I just don't think that's a fair characterization.
I don't want to have to go back into the September 2016 update to information update, but that's the document that I'm referring to. Right,
but I don't think
Commissioner.
Ms. Contractor, I am going to advise against your interfering in the way that you started recently. It's a perfectly reasonable question to put a suggestion of this nature to Mr. McGuire, and he's more than capable answering whether or not that is the case.
I understand, Mr. Commissioner.
If you feel there's some document that would help clarify whatever answer he gives, then you're entitled to put that document to him and get whatever answer that results with on examination, on your examination. But we're not going to assess whether or not each and every question is fair from your point of view.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. My concern was that
I'm not going to hear your concern any further. I understand your concern. I don't think it's reasonable in the circumstances. This is putting a suggestion to Mr. McGuire, and I think it should be allowed.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner.
Mr. McGuire, my question was, I'm going to suggest that you updated Mr. McKinnon because the historical review of the EA documentation represented a change from what the city had previously conveyed in past reports about the EA. Is that fair?
Again, I'm not 100% sure what I updated Dan on at that time. My understanding is, and maybe using the phrase EA broadly, that the project had considered lighting but had not included continuous lighting. I know, by this point in time, there's been a few directions from council to review lighting or to have an assessment or understand it. So we're getting information here that tells us that the original EA, I don't believe, and I'm careful about the words here, I don't believe it considered lighting. And it may not have excluded it.
Registrar, you can close this call out. We looked at emails from late May a moment ago, and pardon, not a moment ago, yesterday. It feels like just a moment ago. These were emails between you and Ms. Graham about the spectator's request for information about asphalt testing. Do you remember that? Yesterday? I'll come back to it, but I just in terms of just refreshing your memory.
Is this in advance of the, I believe, July 19th conversation with the spectator?
It is. In fact, I can take you back to it just so that you can see where I was going with it. Registrar, can you go to page 16? and you'll see from paragraph 26 to 29, this is when Ms. O'Reilly first emails Mr. Moore, and it gets flipped to you because he's in the middle of transitioning into his retirement and new job. And then in 29, Ms. Graham says, emails you to inquire about the status of the rehabilitation. And this is really my question here. And you say, not sure where it landed. We're waiting on new technology called Hot in Place. Marco Odi may have some insights. We'll be in soon. And we went through some of this yesterday. My question is, and you said yesterday that you were really just starting to get up to speed on the issue of hot and paste recycling and that project as a whole. You referenced Marco Odi here. Did you understand that he had lead, or that he was responsible for the Hot in Place project?
I don't think I would have identified Marco as the lead, but one of the sort of the key players. That would have been probably a collaborative effort in order to determine how that technology was going to be, assessed and applied.
Okay. I'm going to come back to hot and place recycling in a moment, but just before we do, I have some questions about budgeting. Registrar, can you go to page 25 and 26, please? You'll see at the bottom of 25 in June, mid-June, Mr. Andoga emailed you and Mr. Sadawi, pardon me, about funding options and sets out, and Registrar, could you pull out the email in paragraph 63 at the top of page 26? So this is June 14th, Mr. McGuire. The email sets out some potential funding sources, and says the remaining 2.65 million could be funded from the Red Hill resurfacing. And then it has a list of, looks like different capital projects and their amounts for them. And then it said this would leave funding to complete ramp repairs in 2018 if needed. With the revised scope of the Red Hill, if Hot in Place is determined to be the preferred option, additional funding would not be needed, therefore no additional funding pressures. So this is June. Do you recall if you were trying to find funds for ramp repairs, and you were thinking, or Mr. Andoga was considering taking some of the funds from the Red Hill paving if there was any left over? Do you recall this email and the context?
I recall this email in the context of trying to understand sort of the saving or the cost differential between the use of Hot in Place, and it looks like I'm getting some information from Rick on what I would assume to be conventional methods. And sorry, to answer your question, I don't think I'm focused on whether the ramps are included or not at this point. Just trying to this is really more about a large project and the mainline paving.
The complete ramp repairs in 2018 at the bottom there, is that a reference to Red Hill ramps or other ramp repairs that were being considered by Public Works?
I'm not certain.
Okay. Registrar, can you close this down and go to page 40, please? And if you can pull out 100, actually, in fact, if you can pull out 100 and 101, please. Thank you. So I've jumped forward in time because this is about budgeting as well. And so it's July 19, and you receive information from Alan Jazvac about the budget programming for the Red Hill. And he sets out in red, I believe, the original budgeted amounts for 2018 and 2019. And I think the black is your questions. Different strategy if you use HIP, maybe do it all in 1 year, depending on opportunity. And then if you go to 101, you say, why are the southbound lanes being sampled first, whether both sides could be sampled. So just so that I understand, you understand that Hot in Place might be a more cost-effective option than a traditional shave and pave. Is that right?
Yeah, correct.
And that goes into your thinking as we go forward about whether to proceed with hot in place for the Red Hill?
Correct.
Registrar, could you close this down and go to page 26 and 27, please? So apologies for jumping around in time. We're back in June. You see at the bottom of 26 at paragraph 66, you email again the same Mr. Andoga and Mr.
Sadawi.
Sadawi. I don't know why I transpose his name, Sadawi. And you say, where are we on this? Is this technology in Ontario yet? So again, you're still getting up to speed about the thinking of the design team and asset management on hot in place. Is that fair by end of June 2018?
Yeah, fair.
And Mr. Beck, you'll see on page 27 at paragraph 68, sends you quite a lengthy update about hot in place, including that design had retained Golder Associates to complete lab testing and provide guidance on the design. Do you see that?
I do, correct.
Was this the first time that you really got some detail about hot in place recycling?
One of the benefits about dealing with Mike Beck is he gives you a fairly detailed response. I may have gotten some of this sort of information verbally or in a hallway meeting prior to this, but yeah, I think this is probably the sort of the most comprehensive review that I would have seen up till that point in time.
By this point, Golder had put in a proposal for its project, where it says in the second paragraph, design has retained Golder Associates. That, of course, was after a proposal was submitted. You didn't actually get into the details of exactly what Golder was doing, what that process would look like, right?
That's correct.
Registrar, could you move so that you can see 27 and 28? Thank you. I just wanted to show that you're quite right. Mr. Beck does provide a fair bit of detailed information. Generally, through this email or your hallway conversations, what were the drawbacks of hot in place that were presented to you, if any?
Well, I think the main drawback that I'm understanding right now is it's not being in use locally. And when I say locally, I would sort of say Southern Ontario, the GTA area. So it appears to be a technique that's referred to as being used in British Columbia and now Northern Ontario, but we don't have a kind of a local opportunity to either review or determine what's going on with this.
So you'll see at the bottom of 27 and on to 28, the MTO had a contract to do hot in place resurfacing, and there was an invitation from MTO to go and look at the final product. So it was an opportunity for sort of an innovative or new product in Ontario for the city to actually see it. Did you understand that the city needed sort of more information or wanted to see the hot in place recycling process in action as part of its assessment about whether to use it on the Red Hill?
Yeah, yes, I did. And I thought we were making arrangements for Mike Beck, and I think it was Tyler Renault from construction to go to Thunder Bay and either observe or have a conversation with the contractor and the MTO about what methodologies were being used and how it was being applied.
Did anyone convey to you that given the additional work that the city was going to do to try to better understand hot in place recycling, that there could be a delay in doing the resurfacing on the Red Hill?
I mean, I think I'm aware of that earlier in the year. I think you brought me to an email from Susan that said that, that 2018 is now moved out or something along those lines. And we're still making a decision around, I mean, we're in 2018 now, we're looking at a 2019 schedule, right? So
This is June of 2018. And as I understand it, shave and pave season is in the summer. And so if you're already at June and you haven't done a tender, it's not happening in 2018. Is that right?
Well, the construction isn't happening in 2018. We could tender the work, but not at this point, no.
Did anyone raise any concerns with you about delaying the timing of the resurfacing to 2018? Pardon me, to 2019?
So by the time, I come on board, I mean, I know we were jumping around a little bit. I had that conversation in July with the Spectator where I think I was pretty clear that we were working in a sort of a pre-engineering cycle in 2018 or a tender spec and prep, and then moving to construction in 2019. Potentially using the hot in place technology. And I think that was the focus certainly at that time.
So my question was, did anyone within the city raise any concerns about delaying the resurfacing to 2019?
No, I didn't get any specific concerns about that.
Registrar, can you go to page 35, please, of OD9A? I'm going to go to that, the process that led to that interview that you had with the Spectator that you were just referring to. So you'll see at the bottom of this page, you sent a calendar invitation to Mr. Moore and Ms. Graham to discuss RHVP asphalt testing. And I understand that this was a meeting because you'd been asked for an interview by the spec. Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct.
And you included Mr. Moore, even though he, at this point, was working at the LRT and no longer in engineering services. Why was that?
I believe, if I recall from the emails with Jasmine, Nicole had started with Gary and had previous conversations. And Nicole, I mean Nicole O'Reilly, I think, of the Spectator.
Yes.
And I'm just trying to figure out what had been said and what she was asking in particular.
Did you discuss friction testing at this meeting with Mr. Moore?
Not to my recollection.
Did you discuss his involvement in the initiation of the hot in place recycling project?
I mean, a large part of the conversation, I mean, sort of casting my mind back to the article in the spec, was about us doing sampling and preparing for potentially a hot in place. So I would have to assume that some of those conversations were about the sampling and what the messaging was around that.
Registrar, could you go to the next page, please? So this is in the OD, the Spectator article that was published on July 19, for which you were interviewed by Ms. O'Reilly. I know I asked you some questions about sort of media-facing roles. Was this your first interview as Director of Engineering?
I can't think of another one, so I would say yes.
Was this your first media interview, with substance, this kind of lengthy interview, ever, or had you done media interviews as the manager of geomatics?
I did a bit of media work with geomatics, but not at this, not elevated at this level.
Did Ms. Graham attend the interview with Ms. O'Reilly?
I'm uncertain about that. I can't tell you either way. I know that there was a few interviews, and there was a few occasions where Jasmine might have been, I'm not in the room or on the call, but I can't tell you on this one.
Okay. On this one, did anyone else attend?
No, not to my knowledge.
Looking down 8 paragraphs, so registrar in the middle, it says last December. You could call out that paragraph in the next paragraph, please. Actually, yeah, that's great. Thank you. So there's a reference to last December, the city took smaller samples of asphalt to test the viability for recycling. This is at the time the former the city's former engineering director said they were aware of that some people felt the Red Hill was slippery. Do you recall that Ms. O'Reilly raised that with you during the interview, that some people felt that the Red Hill was slippery?
I don't recall her asking me about that.
You're quoted as saying that the test results came back inconclusive, but the city believes hot in place is possible. So as far as the documents suggest, you didn't have any results back from Golder at this point. What's the basis for saying the test results came back inconclusive?
So I think at this point, I'm referring to the December 2017 Golder work that had I think they did a few studies, as well as I believe they started pulling some smaller samples, which I think was referred to earlier in that article. And my understanding is that this was just a continuation of what we previously indicated, that we'd sampled the material and we're continuing to do it, and there wasn't a conclusion at this point.
Not having a conclusion is different than being inconclusive. So again, what was the basis for you saying that those test results came back inconclusive? Again, before you'd received any written documents from Dr. Uzarowski, which we'll get to.
So I believe I'm getting this information, possibly or potentially from the discussion with Gary, and I don't think I have notes on that. Along with, I think I'm aware at this point in time that we've done some smaller samples, and we're still trying to determine the applicability for hot in place.
Okay. Dr. Uzarowski testified that he attended a meeting with city staff, but not you, in March of 2018, and he presented the results of the testing at that meeting. But they don't come. You may recall you get an email from him. We'll get to that, and then you have to chase him for a report. Before July of 2018, did anyone advise you about the meeting with Dr. Uzarowski from March of 2018?
I'm not sure if I got a direct update on it, but I know through Mike that we were working with Golders, but no, I don't think I got an update directly on the meeting.
Okay. At that meeting, Dr. Uzarowski testified that he recommended pavement rehabilitation like microsurfacing, shot blasting, if the resurfacing was going to be delayed. Did anyone advise you of this?
No, I don't believe so.
So I think I'm hearing from your evidence that the reference here, which is attributed to you, that the test results were inconclusive, that comes from Mr. Moore.
I did try and get a catch-up meeting with him, so I would, careful on, going to be careful on that, but I'm trying to pull that information forward, and he would have been a source of information.
Okay. In fact, I'm hearing from you, he's the only source of information because you don't otherwise have the test results. Is that right?
I believe that's correct.
Okay. Registrar, could you close this down and call it the next paragraph? There's a reference in the article to in December 2015, friction testing had also come back, quote unquote, inconclusive, with a consultant recommending further testing. Instead, the city opted to move ahead with repaving ahead of schedule. Now, the article doesn't attribute this statement to you. Do you recall telling Ms. O'Reilly anything about the 2015 friction test results?
No, I don't.
Did you review this article when it was published?
Yes, I did.
After the article was published, did you ask anyone about the 2015 friction testing referenced in this paragraph?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure if I directly reached out to anyone about this or not.
Registrar, can you close this, call it, and open up the next paragraph? The article also references an investigation that the Spectator had published the year prior, which found that the Red Hill had twice as many crashes than the connecting link, and that the crashes happened in the curvy stretches, and the crashes were most common when it was dark and the ground wet, with speeding being the most frequent factor in fatal crashes. So we talked a little bit about this yesterday, but just so so the evidence is clear, by the time you read this article in July of 2018, you were aware that there was a collision history on the Red Hill. Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct.
And you're aware that the Spectator had done an investigation in 2017 about that?
I think by this time I'm aware of it. Yes.
Registrar, could you close this and go to HAM 52704, please? And can you call up the next page as well, please? So this is a July 2017 article by Ms. O'Reilly, which I think is the article that's referenced in the 2018 article. Did you review this article at the time it was published in 2017?
Not to my knowledge.
Did you review it before your interview with Ms. O'Reilly in July of 2018?
I don't think I did.
Did you review it after the publication of the 2018 article?
I believe I did, yes.
So this article also references a December 2015 testing, an informal chart. Did you ask anyone about friction testing or an informal chart when you read this article in 2018?
No, I don't believe I did.
Registrar, you can close this. Having read the 2018 article and then also the 2017 article, did you understand that part of the motivation for resurfacing at the time that it was starting to be programmed was because of concerns about the slipperiness on the Red Hill?
Sorry, you're asking if I'm aware that the reason that was reprogrammed was to address the slipperiness?
Yes.
I don't think I'm aware of that, or I don't believe I saw that in the capital detail sheets or whatever the general statements are around the sort of the project rationale.
Okay, well, I can take you to it in the article. There's at least the Spectator makes the connection that there was friction testing, and then instead of doing more testing, the city decided to repave. And so my question for you is, in 2018, did you understand that part of the motivation for resurfacing was because there was concerns that the pavement was slippery?
No, I didn't, not at this point in time.
Registrar, can you go to 9A, page 134, please? And 135. There are some text messages between you and Mr. Moore over time, and they're all set out in paragraph 331. These ones, this is just text of them, and I'm looking right now at the July 19, 2018 set here. I can also take you into the actual text messages, but they're a little cut off, so I think this is a better version. So you'll see on July 19, which is the day that the spec article is published, you text Mr. Moore and say, I talked to the spec about the Red Hill sampling. She said you told her the December samples were to test for applicability for HIP treatment. And he says they were the first step. The results did not preclude the HIP process. You say, okay, no more details in this sampling cycle. Now we get more details. That is the answer. And Mr. Moore says the first set of tests were to confirm material properties. This set of sampling is to prepare pavement mix recommendations for tendering. Did you have that discussion with Mr. Moore before or after you read the article that the spec published?
So this text messaging takes place on June 19th or July 19th, and I'm not exactly sure of the time. But I've been interviewed at this point, and I was looking maybe for a bit more clarity on what had been told to the Spectator about the December sampling cycle.
And it looks like Mr. Moore tells you that there was a sort of two-step process for different purposes. Is that what you understood from Mr. Moore?
Correct, yes.
Did you have any other discussions with Mr. Moore orally rather than by text about the HIP process?
Not to my recollection, not in that time frame.
Did you have any discussions with him about HIP at any point?
I believe when we get, into the November timeframe, we have the meeting with Dan. There's a conversation around HIP and its applicability or selection. So, yes, I would have had that conversation.
Thank you. Registrar, can you go to page 40, please? So we looked at this earlier. This is this email about budgeting. So this is July 19th. So we're just circling back in terms of the time. Did you believe that by July 2018 that the hot in place recycling investigation was a worthwhile endeavor?
By the middle of July, I don't. So if you back this up, any way that we can pursue extending or getting more miles out of our capital dollar is a very worthwhile pursuit. I sort of cast your mind back to the beginning of my transition role. We put a lot of effort into that winter damages. If hot in place would allow you to do, 1.5 kilometers of work on previously a kilometer's budget, it would expand our ability to address roads. So from a conceptual perspective, hot in place is very attractive. And in the middle of July, it still appears to be pretty attractive, although not local. And I'm not sure at this moment in time its applicability to the SMA, and I think we'll get into that.
Registrar, can you go to page 42, please? Sorry, could you bring up page 41 and 42, please? Mr. McGraw, you'll see in paragraph 103, and it goes into 104, that a law clerk in legal emailed you copying Dan Bartley, who is a lawyer in legal, regarding a collision that occurred on the Red Hill in February of 2017. And the law clerk sets out a summary of the issue. It was a motor vehicle accident. And sets out the alleged negligence. And at the bottom of page 41, it says, we need to complete our affidavit of documents, ensure we have appropriate documentation, and determine the appropriate city representative. And they note that they spoke to John Searles and to David Ferguson to obtain information. And that Mr. Ferguson suggested we contact you with regard to the issues of road design. And then you reply, referring her to Ms. Jacob and to Chris McCafferty. And then this law clerk then contacts Ms. Jacob. So I know you've just really taken over the director of engineering role. At this point, you have not been in that seat for very long. Typically, either as manager of geomatics or as director of engineering, were you consulted about city representatives to be examined for discovery?
So in general, yes, I would have an understanding about what was taking place for our interactions with legal, but there was a fair amount of interaction with legal. So sorry, I'm not sure I'm answering your question. Are you asking if I
can ask the question differently. So here it looks like Ms. Orgera is looking to you for factual information. I want to know more about the design of the road. Are you the right person to go to? And you refer her to Ms. Jacob. That part I understand, that makes sense. My question is, separate and apart from you actually having information or your team having information, were you contacted to really just be on notice of the interactions between legal and city and your staff? Is that something you would have been notified and aware of?
I would be. I don't think I'd be notified of every interaction between my staff and legal, considering, I mean, if we back it up a little bit, we are issuing a sort of a significant amount of contracts. We're probably having contractual relations or potentially concerns with some of the folks that are working for us. We're doing a lot of work for real estate from a legal surveying perspective. Susan's issuing a lot of work. So I don't think I'm contacted every time my staff engage with legal, if that's what you're asking me.
My question was more specific around litigation. So when your staff are going to be involved in some aspect of a piece of litigation, like being the person to compile documents or being a person to attend an examination for discovery, were those things brought to your attention just as an FYI?
Yeah, I would say generally, and that would be something that staff would bring to me, because it'd also be a resource pressure for them, not being able to potentially address other works while they're preparing for discovery or something along those lines.
Thank you. Registrar, actually, just before we go on, were you involved in discussions about this claim apart from this email exchange?
I don't believe so.
Registrar, can you go to page 57 and 58, please? So you'll see in page 57 at paragraph 137, staff from from Golder, Dr. Henderson and Dr. Zarowski are working with Mr. Beck about sampling on the northbound lanes. And on August 27, you'll see in paragraph 138, Dr. Zarowski emailed Mr. Beck with a copy to Dr. Henderson, a email attaching the Tradewind report. And he wrote, as requested, please find the 2014 report on friction on the RHVPN link prepared by Tradewind Scientific. And you'll see in 139, there's no documents that Mr. Beck made that request, even though it says as requested. And Mr. Beck has provided some testimony about this, but I'd like to hear your understanding and knowledge about this, Mr. Beck's receipt. Did Mr. Beck advise you that he had received this report in late August or in early September?
No, I don't believe he did.
Even if he didn't mention the Tradewind report by the name Tradewind, did he advise you he'd received a report on the Red Hill about friction testing from Golder?
No, not to my knowledge.
When did you first learn that Mr. Beck had received a copy of the Tradewind report?
I think so near the end of September, when I started working with Susan to try and understand the Tradewind report, sometime in that first few days or week, it came to my attention that Mike may have already had this, and including I think the year 6. Sorry, was there 2 things attached there? The 2014.
No, it's just the Tradewind Scientific report.
Oh, okay. So he didn't get the 5-year review or the 6-year review in that email?
It was the 6-year review by that point. No.
Oh, okay.
I think you might have changed your train of thought. Were you done with your answer?
Yeah.
We'll come back to that when we get to September. I just wanted to understand if you could put a bit of a time frame on it, and that's very helpful that you did. Registrar, can you go to page 63, please? 63 and 64, actually. In August of 2018, audit services had commenced and was working on an audit, which they call a value for money roads audit. You'll recall that audit, I'm sure.
Yes, I do.
So the email I'm taking you to now is from August 24, 2018. And Mr. Pellegrini emailed you and Mr. Andoga under the subject line value for money questions on roads. And he says, in the past couple of weeks, I've had a couple of meetings with your staff. And the objective of these meetings was to look into how pavement performance is tracked and managed both holistically and for each segment. So just stopping there, was this your first notice that audit services was conducting an audit, a value for money audit in respective roads?
So I believe I'm aware that audit has had some conversations and or meetings with my staff up to this point, but this, to my recollection, is the first time that I understand that we're commencing an audit or an audit has commenced.
Okay. Had you had previous experience responding to audits or dealing with audit services?
Yes, I had.
Was this audit, as Mr. Pellegrini explains it, different in nature to other audits you've been involved in?
Not significantly.
Mr. Pellegrini in his email on page 64 at the very top says, and Registrar, could you pull out the 3 paragraphs before the chart, please, or the table? I'm sorry, on page 64, the top 3 paragraphs. Yes, thank you. So here Mr. Pellegrini explains that the value for money that they audit that they're doing is really to see whether the pavement infrastructure is tracking compared to how it was expected to perform when it was first proposed and put down. And he references in the second paragraph an example of a road that they were interested in the inventory would be the Link or the Red Hill. He also goes on to say Stantec prepared a report in June of 2007 entitled Pavement Sustainability Plan for Link and Red Hill. He then speaks about that report and its introduction and the reference to the pavement life cycle costs reflecting no major rehabilitation or reconstruction for 50 years, and that it was really just minor rehab over time. And then it includes the table that I'm not going to pull out. Were you aware before this email of the Stantec Pavement Sustainability Plan?
No, I wouldn't be.
Recognizing you are coming from geomatics, who would you expect, which division would be responsible for being the holder of the Pavement Sustainability Plan?
So, I mean, logically, that should flow to the group called Asset Management. The report would have come out of that special project office that created the Link and the Red Hill, but it should get loaded into kind of an overall pavement management system. Sorry, I don't know if I answered your question.
You did. The Pavement Sustainability Plan includes recommendations that friction testing be recommended every 2 years. Did you come to learn that recommendation as part of the roads audit or otherwise?
I believe I did come to learn it. I'm not exactly sure at what time.
Would it have been after the public disclosure of the trade wind report or before?
I can't really tell you at what point.
Okay. Did you, in response to this email from Mr. Pellegrini, ask anyone in asset management for a copy of the Pavement Sustainability Plan?
No, I don't think I did.
Okay. Registrar, you can close this down. And if you can go to page 66, please. And if you can call out 153. You send an email to Ms. Waite, Mr. Odie, Ms. Jacob, Mr. Lamont, Mr. Norman, with a copy to Ms. Cameron. And it says, please read below and confirm that you have read it by replying to Diana and myself. And you say, somehow the original message got to Gary Moore. And just for context, in fact, maybe we should actually go into the document just so that it's easy to see. Registrar, could you pull out HAM 27208? So you'll see the email that we were just looking at from Mr. Pellegrini is the one that you're saying as well. Somehow the original message got to Gary Moore. You see that?
Yeah, correct.
Okay. Now I find that the font is much smaller. Registrar, could you pull out all of Mr. McGuire's email on the left-hand image? What led you to say somehow the original message got to Gary Moore? What information did you have that suggested that to you?
I don't recall. Someone notified me or somehow I got indicated that Gary was aware of it. So I'm not sure how that information came to me.
You said earlier you thought you knew that the auditor was doing this audit, but in the third paragraph you say, my main concern is the auditor was on this floor talking with staff about our programs without my office having any knowledge of this inquiry. Does that refresh your memory about whether you knew before Mr. Pellegrini's email about him, about the audit?
Well, I was aware because I did see him on the floor. I wasn't aware that we were in the midst of the commencement of an audit. So that's what I'm referring to in that statement.
So you weren't aware, you were aware that the audit had been commenced, but not that he had interviewed some of your staff?
I was aware that he was conferring with some of the staff. I wasn't aware that an audit had commenced.
I see. Okay. So the reverse. Okay. And what was your concern about the original message going to Gary Moore?
At this point, I can't really recall. I mean, I'm not sure if I'm just trying to make sure that we keep it in engineering services rather than spread it over to Gary as well. But yeah, I mean, we wanted to try and make sure that I understood what was happening.
At this point, was Mr. Moore still working out of city offices?
I believe, yes.
Was he still on the same floor as where your office was?
Yeah, correct.
Registrar, you can close this document and go back into OD9A, please. And if you can go to page 59 and 60. On August 27, SEMA held its second progress meeting on the lighting study, and you're listed as an attendee. Do you remember attending that meeting?
Not really, but
okay.
I know. I mean, I know that some emails and things originate after this, so I mean, I don't recall the meeting in detail.
Okay. Registrar, could you bring up the first two topics in the table on page 60? Perfect. Thank you. So they're going through the items in these minutes. So the EA study review, so that we already talked about with progress meeting 1, and then operational safety analysis. By this point, this is the next step that came out of that meeting, where there's a safety review and also illumination review, and that's set out now that it's clear SEMA has done that work. Do you recall that SEMA conveyed at this meeting that they updated the collision review based on collision data from 2008-2018, and the update didn't reveal any major changes in the predominant collision types? And maybe I'll ask more generally, do you remember SEMA conveying to the city staff who attended information about their collision review analysis?
So I remember, we're kind of moving forward in time. I remember reviewing the drafts of the report and the executive summary that I asked for I think PW 18008A. Not sure exactly when I'm aware of all of the information they've gathered, but this summary tells me they've done an update to their collision database or statistics, and they're providing us some additional details around what is and is not happening and or changing on the facility. So I'm not sure I answered your question.
I'm not sure you did either. My question was, do you remember at this meeting on August 27th that SEMA provided a summary of what their collision review revealed?
I don't recall it in specific detail, but I mean, if I was there in attendance, I'm getting information.
Okay. And so one piece of the information that's said in the minutes is that wet surface collisions continue to be a major factor. Going back to those Spectator articles from 2017 and 2018 that you reviewed, definitely in 2018, did you connect the wet surface collision history that SEMA was providing you in this meeting with the concerns in that article that the Red Hill seemed slippery?
Yeah, I mean, that's a good question. And, you know, I'm trying to cast my mind back to all of the information coming forward. I'm not sure when or if I made the full connection that we've got a wet surface or, a wet weather accident concern, and, that continues. But yeah, I'm more aware of it now. I think one of the things that I remember taking away or has stuck in my mind that people were doing 140 kilometers on an hour on the facility, which seemed, more than excessive. The other thing that I do find in this one, and I don't remember if it correlated correctly, if it says illumination was not identified as a contributing factor. So that was, I'm not sure if I connected that at that point in time, but I know that moves forward into a bit more of our planning around the lighting.
That's right. So this is the section in the minutes that's about the collision analysis. So
yeah.
I don't know. I think that may be a bit of a summary. Illumination is not identified as a contributing factor. Do you recall receiving information that non-daylight collisions were not disproportionately high? That's just a more technical way of saying.
Yeah. So I mean, I'm aware by the time I author, and I, go back into the report, which comes in February of 2019. But I mean, I'm aware that the illumination isn't outside of the provincial averages, or I can't remember how it was exactly framed. So, I mean, if I was to read this, I would probably be, because of this illumination review, I would be reading it with respect to the illumination, and the other things would be, factors that I would consume, but I'm not sure fully focused on.
Okay. Registrar, you can close this down. SEMA also goes through their assessment of the illumination review, including doing warrants, the peer review, alternative technologies, and they're, I think, as you had said in your evidence earlier, sort of working through on those issues, whether they're going to recommend continuous illumination or not, and what the cost benefit analysis is. Do you remember that part of the meeting?
Yeah, I don't recall that directly. I know that was part of the scope. So I'm, we're still expecting a report that would identify that, but no, I wouldn't remember that directly.
Thank you. Registrar, you can close this down for the moment. Mr. Malone testified that after this meeting, you asked him to step into your office for a separate discussion. Do you remember that?
No, I don't.
We'll go forward, and certainly there are some emails that suggest that there was some discussion. There's emails from the following week and into September. Are you confident that there was not a discussion on August 27th, or you just can't remember?
No, I mean, I don't know what my calendar looked like then. I think I'm in 40 or 50 meetings a month. If Brian stepped into my office after a meeting, it probably not abnormal or something along those lines. I just may or may not have. I don't think I recall him coming in, but certainly doesn't mean it didn't occur.
Okay. He said you asked him to come into your office, and that you began the discussion about considerations around the roadway and paving the roadway, and specifically different types of options for paving and resurfacing. Does that refresh your memory at all about a meeting you had with Mr. Malone after the lighting review meeting on August 27th?
No, it doesn't.
He testified that he perceived that you may have had some recognition that the proportion of wet road condition collisions was high, and that may have started you thinking about the repaving that was coming up. Does that refresh your memory at all?
I mean, I think that's a reasonable, a reasonable takeaway. I've been interviewed by the SPAC. They've identified that there's some concerns about the collisions, and I think that they mentioned it's wet and dark, and I think I'm seeing in a couple other locations wet weather accident being at a different level than the link in particular. So yeah, it's reasonable for Brian to make that statement. I don't recall exactly when that took place, but I think I'm trying to gather some information.
And what in particular would you be trying to gather from Mr. Malone?
I mean, Brian's a really well-connected, very well-respected transportation professional. So just not sure what I would have been asking him, but he's a good source of information.
Just a good person to sort of brainstorm and try to, sort of dig into the issues, and maybe he can direct you in places you might not have thought about, that sort of thing.
Yeah, I mean, he's also, I'm not sure, he's either a partner or a fairly high-placed employee in a very large I don't know if they're multinational, but certainly national engineering firm. So he's got a lot of experience and certainly a lot of knowledge.
So when you say he's well-placed, well-connected, he's, innovative, were you hoping that he was going to personally or through SEMA be able to help you with something in particular?
Again, I don't really recall having him into the office. I'm not sure what I was asking him to do personally or professionally.
Okay. Mr. Malone said he, and we'll see this in some emails, understood you were going to send him some additional material. Do you recall having material that you wanted to provide to Mr. Malone to get his input?
No, I don't. I mean, apologies, a bit of a gap on this part, but.
Okay. Registrar, could you go into OD9A, page 53 and 54? And Mr. McGuire, just while that's coming up, recognizing that you don't remember that meeting with Mr. Malone, can you say with any confidence whether you and Mr. Malone spoke about friction testing on the Red Hill during that meeting?
Well, I mean, I don't. I mean, obviously, if you're stitching back, well, what probably happened was, Brian and I had a conversation. I probably asked him about the wet weather stuff. He may have mentioned, friction or friction analysis. And, I think when we fast forward, I sent him some information, but I don't really recall that. And I don't recall the framework around it. I know that when we get further in time, when we discover the Trademan report, or I read it, some other things start taking place.
Okay. You'll see on August 21, so that's the week before this meeting that we've just been looking at, Mr. Ferguson circulates a memorandum to Mr. McKinnon and to Mr. Soldo and you that was initially prepared in March of 2018 and updated in advance, it appears, for a meeting that is one of Mr. McKinnon's regularly scheduled meetings. Do you recall receiving this memorandum from Mr. Ferguson?
I recall the memorandum. I don't recall, the receipt of it.
Okay. Registrar, could you bring up HAM 1388? So that we're looking at the same thing, Mr. McGuire. you remember reviewing the memorandum from Mr. Ferguson when he circulated it?
So I'm familiar with this memo. I don't recall, receiving it and directly commenting on it.
Do you remember reviewing it?
Yeah, I mean, was this not in one of our Parkway meetings or something along those lines? Isn't that?
The chronology appears to suggest this was prepared in advance of a meeting that was scheduled for August 30th.
Okay.
And if you received it before August 30th, which it looks like you did, would you have reviewed it before the meeting for which it was prepared?
Yeah, potentially. I mean, I see in here end-to-end illumination. That would be something that I would look at. The digital signs, pavement markings, a bunch of the other stuff doesn't apply to me. So I would have probably, perused it and just looked at what I may need to be ready for.
Looking at the piece under additional information, it says traffic engineering are beginning to receive notices of impending legal action as a result of collisions on either the link or the Red Hill. It should be noted that some of the claims are as a result of poor design and poor pavement conditions. These items will require response or attendance by engineering staff at legal discoveries. So we looked at that claim that you were consulted on, the one that you referred the law clerk to Ms. Jacob. At this point, were you aware of other claims or impending legal actions in respect of collisions on the link or the Red Hill?
I don't believe I'm directly aware of a specific legal action. I am aware that, there's ongoing litigation on our highways and roads. So yeah, I mean, not unexpected.
So when you read this, where it says some of the claims are as a result of poor design or poor pavement, and I'll suggest that what you can infer from that is that the allegations made in these legal claims is that there's a poor design or poor pavement conditions. Did you know that there were legal actions that specifically had allegations of poor design or poor pavement conditions?
No, I wasn't aware of that, and I'm not sure. I don't recall the email that I forwarded to Susan and Chris McCafferty if it contained the same allegations or the basis of the claim. But what I'm seeing here is that someone's advancing some bases of claims, and these are what they're saying.
So apart from the July 2018 that email exchange with the law clerk, you were not aware of that there were legal claims that asserted poor design or poor pavement conditions?
Not to my knowledge. I mean, I would, some of the experience I've had, there's certainly a lot of elements in a lot of the legal claims that, they identify pretty much everything that could have been wrong with a site. Incorrect inspection, incorrect lighting, the vegetation wasn't trimmed, drainage is incorrect, et cetera. So it doesn't seem like, that this isn't what I would expect if someone's claiming legal action.
So this memo, as I say, appears to be prepared for one of the regularly scheduled Red Hill meetings that we talked about yesterday. Registrar, could you close this down, and can you go to HAM 61547, please? And can you call out the substance of this calendar just before you do? This is August 27. Oh, pardon me. Can you go to image 2, please? Can you call it the bulk of this calendar? This is August 30. So Mr. McGuire, this is your calendar from that day
Okay.
for the court reporter. I see you nodding, but you actually have to say yes.
Oh, okay.
So you'll see in your calendar, there are in the morning, a Red Hill link discussion, GM's boardroom, Dan McKinnon. And then there is also meeting and go for lunch, 10:30 to 1:30. And that's from Dan McKinnon. I can tell you that is to you and to Mr. Soldo. Whereas the first one is those bi-monthly meetings that go to a number of people. Registrar, you can close this down. Oh, and before you do, can you mark this the next exhibit, please?
County Council, it's exhibit 187.
Thank you. So based on a copy of the calendar that we received, there's these two related meetings, or two meetings, and separately, the inquirers received information that Mr. McKinnon, this meeting and go for lunch, in the body of that, it actually references the Red Hill. Do you remember having both of these meetings on August 30?
No, I don't. I mean, again, I don't have specific recollection of it. I met with Dan and Edward and a number of the folks on a fairly regular basis, and obviously bi-monthly and other things like that. And I don't recall the lunch meeting, not with any specific detail.
So Mr. Solder has not been in his role for very long, and it's possible that this may have been one of either the first or one of your first meetings with you and Mr. McKinnon and Mr. Solder to kind of get to know each other. Does that refresh your memory?
Not greatly, but it's probably a reasonable assumption.
Okay. Registrar, you could close this down. And can you go to HAM 55560, please? So this is a timeline that was prepared, I think, with input from several staff in May of 2019. Do you remember being involved with the preparation of this preliminary reconstructed timeline?
Yeah, we assembled, I think, a couple of timelines, and maybe I'm not sure if this one is for the FOI or it looks like it goes further back than that. And there was at least one or two underway.
And the inquiries heard evidence that some staff sat in a boardroom and tried to, with big pads, try to sort of
Post-it notes.
Yeah, exactly. Post-it notes.
Yeah, I think we were trying to put stuff on the wall and figure out what was going on.
To reconstruct the timeline, as the document is called. Registrar, can you go to image 5, please? And can you call out the first half of this document? So this is a little bit out of order. It has the dates in August all together. So this timeline says on August 1st, Betty Matthews Malone retires from her position as Director of Roads and Traffic. And that's the position that Mr. Soldo takes over. He starts, I think, just before she retires. On August 15, Mr. White emails Mr. Soldo a draft of the 2017 annual collision report, which shows wet weather issues on the Red Hill. Soldo requests meeting with key players, and then it says held on August 30. And then there's August 27. Mike Beck gets an email from Golder with a trade wind report. And then there's two items for August 30. One is you suggest conventional paving, wants to get tender out. We'll come to that. And then the other one, and this is the one that I'm going to ask you some questions about, key players meeting with Dave Ferguson, Edward Soldo, Gord McGuire, Dan McKinnon, discussing wet weather issues on the RHVP. And the calendar that we just looked at has an 8:30 to 9:30 meeting from Dan McKinnon, but that's not specific to there's no subject line that says wet weather condition discussion. That's part of these bi-monthly meetings. Do you recall meeting with Mr. Ferguson, Mr. Soldo, and Mr. McKinnon and discussing wet weather issues on the Red Hill on August 30?
So my understanding is that did that memo not include a breakout chart of the link and the Red Hill, or was that at a different time? The Dave Ferguson memo.
It may be because we're just coming up 4 minutes to a break, and so my mind is going blank. But I don't know what you're referencing. I'm sorry.
I think he's referencing the pie chart at the last page of the memo you took him to.
Oh, I see. Sorry, I didn't realize you meant pie chart. We can go back into that memo if you'd like.
No, that's fine. I think if I remember correctly, that pie chart was on that memo, and that memo was brought forward to this, I believe, the August 30th meeting.
And do you remember that meeting and discussing the pie chart?
And not in great detail, but I mean, now I'm aware of or continue to be aware of the wet weather considerations or data.
I'm sorry, I'm just trying to understand your answer. Not in great detail, but you're now aware. You mean at the time in August 30th, you're becoming aware of the wet weather?
Well, I think I'm aware earlier, probably at the beginning or the middle of July, maybe earlier than that for the spec articles. Now there's a bit more information here. So, I don't recall the meeting in detail, but I do know that we received that memo because I recall it. And I also recall that it included, those pie charts or graphs.
And so at that meeting, did you convey the information that you received just a few days before from SEMA in respect of the lighting summary about the collision review that they had just completed?
No, I don't recall if I did, but it asked for an illumination. I think it was part of the conversations around illumination. I'm not sure if I submitted that to the group at the time or potentially, in a future time.
Okay, I think I heard your answer to be, I don't recall if I did. Is that right?
Yeah, correct.
Okay. So you've got on August 27 information about non-daylight collisions don't seem to be at high proportion. Wet weather conditions, for the third time, SEMA has done an analysis with information and has concluded there's wet weather conditions at high proportions. And now Mr. Ferguson and Mr. Soldo are also saying in the 2017 annual collision report, the proportion of wet weather collisions is high. Is that right?
Yeah, correct.
At this meeting, and this is really just to help to refresh your memory, Mr. Soldo asked for some language in the memo, in Mr. Ferguson's memo, to be changed, language around the claims. Do you remember that discussion in the meeting?
No, not specifically.
Okay. Registrar, you can go to OD 9A, page 67, please. So this is some of the back and forth on August 30. So the same day as that meeting, Mr. Ferguson emailed Mr. McKinnon, Mr. Soldo, Mr. White, and you regarding the August 21 memo, and said that he had provided a status update memo, and there was the change, which is referenced in page paragraph 156. He sent that quite late in the evening of August 30, and you respond, do you have the 2015 SEMA report on the Red Hill available? I'd like to review it if possible. So we'll get through the chronology of this, but you're asking, this is sort of after 8 p.m. Do you recall whether you had reviewed the 2015 SEMA report before you asked for it from Mr. McGuire?
So from Mr. Ferguson?
Pardon me, from Mr. Ferguson.
I think I've reviewed the report, but considering that it was requested by operations, I think I'm not sure if we have a copy of it. So I'm asking Dave if he's got one.
Yeah, I think you said yesterday that you'd reviewed it, at least the portions on illumination. Is that,
yeah, correct?
Yeah, just to refresh your memory about that evidence. Commissioner, I'm seeing it's 11 o'clock. May this be an appropriate time for our morning break?
That's fine. Let's break until 11:15.
Commissioner, may I proceed?
Please do.
Registrar, could you bring up OD9A, page 67 and 68? So, Mr. McGuire, we were looking at this just before the break, and you'll see on these 2 pages that you asked Mr. Ferguson for the SEMA report, which we just spoke about before the break. And Mr. Ferguson replied in 158, yes, I'm going to set up a common file folder so everyone can access, and we'll save all the documentation there. I'll send out a link once we have it completed. Give me a week or 2. And you say, we will put all the results of our studies in there once it is set up. And then on September 5, so jumping forward a little in time, Mr. Ferguson emailed you and Mr. Soldo and Mr. White and said the following folder has been created to save documents. I'll have my staff review reports and add them. And then on September 5, was Mr. Olazewski emailed the traffic operations and engineering folks and circulated the same link and suggested that staff put documents in there. Registrar, could you go to the next page, please? And then Mr. Cooper, the following day, says, I've added the SEMA report from 2013. Once the current ones are final, I'll add them there too. Just stopping there, do you recall discussions with Mr. Ferguson or others about setting up this folder before that email exchange on August 30?
No, I don't.
In that, the last paragraph that I just took you to, where Mr. Cooper added the 2013 SEMA report, had you reviewed that report before it was put into the file folder?
I don't recall.
Registrar, could you go to page 58, please? Could you pull out 141? So we're still on August 30th. You exchanged emails with Ms. Jacob and Mr. Beck about the status of Hot in Place and Red Hill resurfacing. Excuse me. In fact, rather than do it this way, we're going to go into the underlying document. It's Registrar, it's HAM 1421. Could you call it out just because the font is a bit small? So, Mr. McGuire, looking at that first email, you email and say, can we, given the work today, can we estimate the next phase? Is there a plan to play next year with this technique? Should we meet on this, as it's a high priority project for the department? And just, I know that you're sending this at 8:53 a.m. That's the same time that your calendar shows that you're in the meeting with Mr. McKinnon and Mr. Soldo and Mr. White and Mr. Ferguson, the people who are on the bi-monthly meetings. Did you send this email to Ms. Jacob and Mr. Beck being prompted from something that happened in that meeting that morning?
So, I mean, I noted that as well. It appears that I'm in the meeting. Looks like I'm trying to understand what the schedule and where we are with the HIP. And then I noted it's a high priority for the department. So that's not the division, but That's the entire Public Works Department. So I must have been a queue in the meeting to ask where we are with, the repave.
Was it a high priority for the department because of the wet weather collision issues that were being discussed at that meeting?
I don't recall. There was a number of things in Dave's memo, but I can't remember all of them and whether they're all applicable to the Red Hill or somewhere to the link as well. But yeah.
So Ms. Jacobs responds about glitches and delays in the MTO contract, which is the one that Mr. Renault and Mr. Beck were going to go see. And she says, if everything goes well, possible tender towards April 2019 for implementation in July/August 2019. So at this point, on August 30, and before she gives you that timeline, did you expect that the pave was going to happen in 2019?
Yes, I did.
So she's confirming that it can't happen in 2018. It's going to happen but the plan is for it to happen in 2019.
Yeah, I don't believe I ever had an expectation it was being, the contract was being physically done in 2018. By that, I mean the paving.
Yeah, and when I say done, I mean actually, laying the surface.
Correct.
And you say, should we just consider going with a conventional paving method? Were you having some concerns, or at least questioning whether to continue down the road of assessing hot in place recycling?
Clearly, yes.
Was the basis of those concerns the potential delay if the MTO contract wasn't sorted, if the city didn't have time to assess the suitability?
Yeah, there's a number of things in Susan's email here. The first line says glitches and delays. That's a bit of a concern. The second line or the second sentence indicating that the local suppliers weren't providing the BC-based contractor, that raises some flags, because if we bring somebody in and they can't get material locally, then we're putting ourselves in a bind. And then there's some other issues that she identifies about regulatory and having to bring in their own plant, et cetera. So when I read that email, it felt like, while hot in place is still an interesting and probably very useful concept, I'm not sure if this project and this method are going to line up.
Ms. Jacobs also says Golder still has to work through the samples and see how feasible it is to do it. And if successful, we have to do a report to council. And there might be some local opposition from local contractors who won't be providing the material, as I infer from what she's saying. Was your concern more about, or your suggestion to consider going back to a conventional paving method related to a potential that having to get through all of these hoops that Ms. Jacob references could push the repaving into 2020? Or was it about the substance of the feasibility of hot place, or both?
I would say both. I mean, at this point, she's identified that it's still, considered experimental, and that we'll be sole sourcing a company from, it looks like, another province. So, those are big concerns, and it doesn't appear that MTO, who's got a sort of a bituminous section and a large paving footprint, has got this underway yet.
Did you want to ensure that the resurfacing occurred in 2019 as a result of the information that's starting to come in from various sources about wet weather collisions?
I mean, at this moment in time, I don't believe that that's a consideration. I'm trying very hard to understand here the budget and, we had some back and forth with Rick about, if it was hot in place, would it save us money? And then if we go conventional, what's the cost? And then, we have a 2-year, I think if I remember correctly, we have a 2-year project. We're in year 1 of it, and we're looking at year 2, and we're still not certain about the method. So those are the sort of the overarching concerns I've got at this point, and I certainly don't want to move it to 2020 while we continue down, kind of exploring. So I don't think I've factored in at any point the wet weather, but the reuse of the material and how that's all being put together, that's, I think, the main focus here.
Okay, so you were concerned about the reuse of this material, given the anecdotal information about slipperiness and the wet weather collision reviews?
Yeah, I mean, I'm starting to be, obviously I'm alive to it, and then now I'm wondering how we're going to, reuse that material and in what form, and how's it going to come out the other end. And Susan's email is pretty good at identifying the challenges.
Yes, but Susan doesn't have the insight into the wet weather collisions or the media reports that you've seen over the last 6 weeks before this email exchange. Were you concerned about the idea of putting this SMA asphalt through a cycling process maybe I'll just stop there. Were you concerned about doing that?
Yeah, I mean, definitely I'm concerned about it. And I'm suggesting we just consider a standard methodology. And so I think what you're asking is, at this point in time, am I alive to the wet weather issue? And am I considering, is the SMA a contributing or potential contributing factor? And should we be reusing it?
That's exactly my question.
Yeah, and I don't know if I've made that conclusion yet, but I'm alive to the fact that there's wet weather concerns, and that the specs had our articles on it, and the transportation folks have and SEMA have done studies on the wet weather collisions. So yeah.
And so you're connecting the dots between those things and the concept of skid resistance that might be at play here, and that this asphalt may have a skid resistance problem. You gone that far?
I don't think I've gone that far.
Okay.
I'm just trying to understand here if we've got them, if we're reusing this material and there's some concern about its performance.
Registrar, you can close this down. Can you go to OD 9A, page 59, please? And can you call it 142? So just the way the OD is drafted, you can't tell, but it says later that afternoon. We're still talking about August 30th. You emailed Ms. Jacob, Mr. Audie, Mr. Andoga, Ms. White, with a copy to Ms. Cameron, who by August is your assistant, under this subject line, read RHVP road material testing reports. And you asked of your direct reports, prior to asking Gary, are there copies of the asphalt testing reports that reviewed the material on the RHVP? And then it says, I believe the samples are being sent overseas for testing. Let me know if you have copies we can use. So what asphalt testing reports are you referencing there?
My understanding is I'm asking about the polished stone value, or the testing reports. I mean, the samples that were sent overseas. I think the only thing that I recall there was, I think it was a lab in Ireland or maybe Scotland that did a review. So that's what I'm asking for. And I don't know where I got that knowledge.
Okay, so you're asking specifically for what we call in the overview document, the 2017 boulder pavement evaluation testing That is the sampling and the results from that sampling. Is that right?
That's what it, yeah, that's what it appears.
Did anyone respond to this email?
I don't recall, and I don't know if anyone brought me materials in a hard copy fashion or if they responded. No, I don't recall.
Okay. You say prior to asking Gary, did you go ask Mr. Moore about whether he had copies of any asphalt testing reports?
I don't believe I did.
Registrar, can you go close this down and go to page 61, please? Can you build 62 as well, please? Can you call out 146 and 147? Or maybe just 146 for the moment. Thank you. On August 30th at 7:11 p.m., you emailed Mr. Malone under the subject line friction numbers on RHVP, which is with a forward. And you wrote, this is a study of the RHVP prior to opening. FN is of around mid 30s. And this is an email that you're forwarding. The email is from Dr. Uzarowski to Mr. Moore. Registrar, could you go into that document? It's CIN 16163. So this has a number of attachments, which I won't bring up for the moment, but one of them is an academic paper on early age low SMA friction. And the other is, the two others are Excel spreadsheets of pavement testing from the MTO in 2007. Do you remember finding the email that is forwarded, that you then forward to Mr. Malone?
No, I don't remember directly finding it. I mean, I think, clearly something triggered in my mind. August 30th seems to be a pretty busy day with respect to the Red Hill and meetings and conversations. So yeah, I mean, I must have gone into that director's folder. I mean, that's my belief. And, clearly I found this and forwarded it to Brian.
So this is forwarded at 7:11 p.m. Are you still in the office?
I would say no.
You have access to ProjectWise from a computers external to the office?
So my belief here is that I've got my laptop and it's got VPN. So I would have hooked up at home and it would be kind of just like being in the office virtually. So I should have the exact same permissions. And yeah.
So the metadata on the document, that is the underlying document, the email from Dr. Uzarowski to Mr. Moore on January 24, 2014, that was stored within the director's office folder. And that's your recollection of where you found it as well?
Yeah, correct.
Why were you in the director's office folder on that evening?
Well, I mean, August 30th appears to be kind of a busy day on Red Hill and Red Hill asphalts. So I must have been continuing to think of it. And I went through the director's folder. I think I saw a folder called pavements. And in there, I think it was called pavements. That's what I saw. And so we've been having conversations with Brian and about the stone mastic. And yeah, that's what I determined or what I found.
It looks like in the afternoon, you're asking Ms. Jacob and Mr. Beck to try to locate testing reports. Were you in Project Wise trying to locate testing reports before you went and asked Mr. Moore?
Yeah, that's a reasonable potential of it. And I think, yeah, obviously, again, August 30th is a pretty busy day.
Okay. In terms of the director's office folder, are you confident sitting here today that this email, when you found it on August 30, was in a subfolder within the director's office folder called pavements?
I'm not 100% confident. If we kind of go back, the director's office folders in Project Wise were fairly sparse, I think would be kind of a reasonable view of it. I think there was maybe 10 to 15 folders. I think if low level pump station and something about a CP bridge. I think the one folder was called pavements, and I'm wandering around a little bit here, but that's my recollection.
Okay. I think we will come, definitely, there was a folder called pavements. My question really is whether you can say with confidence that this particular email was in that folder, or if it was a folder above or a folder, a differently named folder.
I think inside the pavements folder, there were some subfolders, but I'm not 100% positive about where this one sat.
Okay. The inquiries received an audit trail for this document, which identifies that it was uploaded into Project Wise by Mr. Moore on May 15, 2018. Registrar, could you call up in native form HAM 64405? So this is an Excel spreadsheet. It's not in sort of a narrative form, but you'll see under column D, action date, it has 2018-05-15, and then user is G Moore, and you'll see it is RHVP in the project-wise path, RHVP background and audit 2018, Red Hill correspondence, former director / pavements, and then the document itself is friction numbers on RHVP. And you'll see that there's two notations for Mr. Moore at the same time under copied, and then it says the next in this audit trail is 2018-10-02. At 11:59. Do you see that? The third one down?
Yep.
Oh, it says G. McGuire. We'll come to a document that you prepared for Mr. McKinnon later, where you actually enclosed a snapshot of an audit trail. Not one that looks like this, but I think one that you can actually screenshot right from Project Wise. Were you generally familiar with audit trails?
Yeah.
So you forwarded this email to Mr. Malone on August 30, but it doesn't come up in the audit trail. Do you know why?
No.
Is there a typical way that you open files within ProjectWise? You know, a read only or a view or a photo set? Does ProjectWise have options about the format to view?
Yeah, it does. I think there's a photo preview. And I'm not sure if it's available for all file formats.
Okay. Do you typically use a particular method to open documents within ProjectWise? Or pardon me, to view documents within ProjectWise?
Yeah, I would have assumed I just, got in there and opened them and reviewed them.
But if you did, to your understanding of the way audit trails work, it would have come up on this audit trail, right? If you did
Yeah.
it that way?
Yeah, my understanding, and again, it's been a little bit, but yeah, is there I think what you're asking, is there a way to preview this and not have it captured in the audit trail?
That is my question. I recognize
Yeah.
you may not be able to speak to that. I don't think you haven't put yourself forward as a ProjectWise, sort of technical expert, but if you can speak to that, that would be helpful.
I think there probably is a way, but I'm not sure. I mean, is there not a read only, but does that not flag that someone's gone in and accessed the file? I'm not sure of that.
Okay. Given that you're not sure of that, I'm gonna move on to a different topic, and perhaps we'll come back to that. Registrar, you can close this down, and I'd ask that it be made the next exhibit.
Already Council, that's exhibit 188.
Thank you. And while we are here, Registrar, could you bring up HAM 64401? So this is the copy of the original email from Dr. Uzrowski to Mr. Moore that you then forward to Mr. Malone, and it has those attachments. So we were looking at it within your forwarded email, but this is the original, and it has those 3 attachments. And I believe that this document is actually not yet in evidence, and so I'd ask that it be made the next exhibit, which is HAM 64401. I'm going to start. Please tell me if I'm incorrect about that and if it is already in evidence.
Sorry, Council, I'm not sure if you're asking if it's in the OD or if it didn't have a doc ID previously.
That's a good question, Registrar. To my understanding, it's not referenced. This particular doc ID is not referenced in the OD, and so it should be made the next exhibit.
Okay, so it'll be exhibit 189.
I'm not going to make the attachments exhibits. I just want to ensure that this document is easily accessible. Registrar, you can close that down. And Registrar, can we go back to CIM 16163, please? So we're back to your forward, Mr. McGuire. Why did you forward this email to Mr. Malone?
Again, so I don't have a direct recollection of this. and this is again on August 30th. You told me, and the record indicates that we've been having conversations. Brian's brought forward some information to us through the lighting and the illumination, and I'm forwarding him some information regarding friction because we must have had a conversation about it, but I'm still trying to figure out what it means to repurpose this HIP or this SMA, and I think I'm just handing this over to Brian for a look.
Did you speak to Mr. Malone on August 30 before or after you sent this email?
I don't believe I did.
Are you confident that you did not?
I don't remember either way.
Okay. So you say this is a study of the RHVP prior to opening, and then FN is around mid-30s, and then you go down, and Dr. Uzarowski says in 2007, the MTO performed friction testing in both southbound lanes. The following table summarizes the results of this testing. The complete test results are attached, and that's two of the attachments are those the actual friction testing reports from MTO. And there is a chart. And then below that, it says in 2013, the friction numbers were measured on the RHVP in both directions by Tradewin Scientific using a grip tester. The average FN numbers were as follows. And then it sets out southbound and northbound, both lane, right lane and left lane. And then there's a reference to, sort of summary of the paper that's attached, where it's speaking about SMA and early age low friction problems. So you've read that underlying email enough to flip it to Mr. Malone and reference the FN around mid-30s. What did you know at the time that you sent this about FN numbers, or friction numbers, and what the range of being in the mid-30s meant, if anything?
I mean, in rereading this email, it's interesting. I don't appear to have read far down into this email because I indicate that it's just a study prior to opening, but it does also include 2013 numbers, which is clearly post-opening. I don't, at this point in time, understand any of the relevance of a friction number in the mid-30s.
So is your evidence today that you didn't note the reference to 2013 or Tradewin Scientific, or note that the numbers that are underneath there were a different set of data?
Yeah, I mean, my recollection and my belief is when I sent this to Brian in my, my 2-line message is that this was a study prior to the opening. So average number 33, mid-30s, right? So that's sort of what I got, and I don't appear to have read it in great detail.
Were you looking to Mr. Malone because you didn't at the time understand the significance of understand the relevance of a particular friction number or range of friction numbers?
I mean, clearly at this time, I'm asking questions about the hot in place. I'm asking questions about the testing. I'm getting some information about the wet weather. And here's a piece of information, and I've had a conversation with Brian, and I forwarded it to him, but I don't have a recollection of what exactly I'm looking for here.
There's also a reference to this academic paper about early age low friction problem in SMA. Were you aware before 2018 that SMA had an identified early age low friction problem?
No, I was not.
Did you read the attached paper? It's Pona, Tam, Dzienko, Dylan, Brown are the authors. Did you read that paper on August 30?
don't believe I did. I mean, I have since read the paper, but I don't recall reading it at that time.
Okay. And did you note that Dr. Uzrowski said the friction, this is at the very bottom of this email, the friction results following construction were below anticipated value of 30 and ranged from 24.9 to 28.8. Did you note that?
Sorry, where does he say that?
At the very bottom. Registrar, can you pull out the last paragraph?
Oh, okay, sorry, yeah,
before
there it
regards?
is. No, I don't. I don't recall reading that. I mean, I appear to have done a cursory review of this and forwarded it to Brian.
Registrar, could you close this call out, please? So we spoke earlier today about your emails with Mr. Ferguson about having a common folder for RHVP related documents. Did you put this into the common folder once it was set up on September 5?
My understanding of that folder was it was for the studies, and I don't believe there, well, I guess you're right. There's a couple of spreadsheets there. No, I don't believe we did put it in there.
Why not?
Good question. And it appears to be, the study of the Red Hill prior to opening. So I didn't make that connection.
Registrar, can you go to OD9A page 62 and 63, please? And can you call out at page 62, 148? The inquiry has a copy of a different email from Dr. Uzrowski to Mr. Moore. That one is from December 17, 2015. And it attaches the trade wind report in a native format. Pardon me, it attaches the trade wind report. The inquiry has a copy in the native format. Registrar, could you close that down and call out the screenshot at the top of page 63? So, Mr. McGuire, what you can't see in this email is that there's an underlying email that Dr. Uzrowski sends on the same day that basically cut and pastes the January 24, 2014 set of data that we were just looking at. And then a little bit later that same day, he then sends this. So it's the chain is actually longer than this snip would appear. So this is the native version. And it says, "Hi, Gary, please find attached the 2013 report from Tradewind Scientific on friction testing on the Red Hill Valley Parkway and link. I will look for some standards or anticipated values and call you." And in this version, that the attached document, it's not titled Tradewind report, but it is the Tradewind report that I'm sure you're now familiar with. Did you open this email on August 30?
Not to my knowledge.
This email was contained within ProjectWise, within the director folder, within the payments folder.
Yeah.
Excuse me. In this native format, you can see between at the top where it says Gary Moore and where there is a copy of the attachment, it says you forwarded this message on 2018-08-30, 7:13 p.m. So that's 2 minutes after you forward the other email from Dr. Uzrowski to Mr. Malone. Did you forward this email to anybody?
So my recollection of this is I did not, but clearly, I mean, there's a record and an audit trail that indicates, and I don't think anyone else could have been in that folder at that time but me. So I'm not sure what happened with this one. but I don't recall forwarding it, and I'm not sure if the record indicates that it went somewhere or anyone received it.
So we don't have an audit trail, and it's really just this banner that comes up, which is just a feature of Outlook when there's a step taken to forward something.
Oh, okay.
But in any event, there is that. Mr. Malone has testified that he did not receive a copy of this email from you. Can you think of anyone else that you would have forwarded it to, including yourself, frankly?
No, I can't think of, well, I mean, I can think of, a few folks that we potentially send it to, but I truly don't. I mean, this one's feels anomalous. I'm in those folders at 7:00 at night, and I found some stuff. I've sent it to Brian. I don't appear to have read it in great detail, and then there's this, indicating that I've looked at or moved this other message forward, but I truly don't recall that.
So I think your evidence has been that you don't recall reviewing this email in any detail. Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct.
And what about opening up the attachment?
No, I don't recall that. Sorry, and just for clarity, that's that file is the Trademan report that's not marked draft.
That's right.
Okay.
Are you confident that you did not open up a copy of the Trademan report that is attached here on August 30?
Yeah, I don't have any recollection of doing that.
Registrar, could you close this down and go to OD9A, page 71 and 72, please? And can you pull out 172 at the bottom? So on September 4, and just for your information, so September 4 is a Tuesday. It's the Tuesday after Labor Day Monday. August 30 is the week before on the Thursday. My calendaring is correct. So on September 4, Mr. Malone exchanges emails with some of his colleagues. You are not included on this email. And he says the city of Hamilton is asking us for assistance in interpreting pavement friction testing results they have received. This issue may expand into discussions about pavement design as well. Does anyone at SEMA have expertise in this area? And then there's some back and forth about potential colleagues who might. Did you ask Mr. Malone for assistance in interpreting pavement friction testing results?
Again, I mean, we had apparently we had a meeting that I don't recall, and I ended up sending him some information. From a high level perspective here, I'm still trying to understand at this point in time what this hot in place methodology means to me and what we're seeing with respect to the potential of or the conversation around wet weather. So that's kind of where my mind's at this point in time.
And so is Mr. Malone's framing that the city of Hamilton asked for assistance in interpreting the pavement friction testing results, is that not what you were asking for?
I'm cautious about interpreting too much into what Brian points out here, but again, it's a pretty busy time. I'm trying to figure out what's happening across a lot of different avenues, and really just trying to sort out the schedule and the material for this going forward. So if Brian's interpreting that as, we're looking for some pavement design, then that may be what he's taken away from it.
Registrar, can you close this? And can you can you open 72 and 73 and then call out paragraph 175, please? So Mr. Malone, pardon me, provides quite a detailed response back to you. Is this what you were hoping for when you sent him the email on August 30?
Yeah, I mean, again, what I read or what I got back from Brian on this is that, at a high level, the conversation around wet weather, he's brought back some information around what he's seeing in this. But yeah, sorry, I probably didn't answer your question there.
Well, my question was, trying to understand that the meeting that you can't recall on August 27, and Mr. Malone's framing that the city is asking for interpretation of pavement friction. He comes back and we'll get into the email in more detail. There's some factual information, but also there's some references to standards. And so I'm trying to understand, was this what you were looking for when you emailed Mr. Malone, or were you looking for something more formal or something different? I'm just trying to understand what your intentions were and expectations were of SEMA.
So, I mean, at this point, I'm, again, aware of the wet weather perceptions, and I'm also, aware of our hot in place process and the concept that there may be a relationship between the two, and asking questions of, I sent Brian a bit of information. I didn't ask him for much in that. I just flipped him the results, and he provided me this back.
Okay. Registrar, could you also pull out the rest of 175, which is on page 73? I'm not sure if that's actually any bigger for you, Mr. McGuire, but so you'll see Mr. Malone starts off by telling you in the very first paragraph that these appear to be the test results from 2007 done by the MTO at the time when the RHVP was being finished, and that Mr. Moore had provided Mr. Malone with these results in August of 2015. And he says, unfortunately, they failed to offer an ability to quantify any friction problem that may be the source of the collision performance. Were you aware before Mr. Malone told you in this email that Mr. Moore had already sent the 2007 friction test results from MTO to SEMA?
So in the meeting that I don't recall, Brian may have mentioned that he received information previously, but I really can't identify that. But no, this appears to be, what I'm reading in this is, okay, so I sent him some information that he already had. So that's the first, I think I really quantify that.
So he goes on to say, and this is on page 73 now, what was missing when we viewed these figures back in 2015 was an identification of a threshold or relative comparison. The paper, which is the SMA low friction paper, makes mention of expected FN values of 30. Gary may have had the view that because the RHPP values were higher, that they were acceptable. However, when I asked what values the MTO used as acceptable, he said he did not know, and that the city did not have a number. And it was not clear what the expected value for SMA pavements in the early slippery stages. Then he has a graph, which is from the paper, about how friction values increase for SMA from the start of their life onwards. And And this information, was that useful to you in trying to, was this the kind of information you were looking for? And was it useful to you when you sent Mr. Malone the friction testing data?
So in retrospect, this is probably the first, sort of significant detailed review of friction that I'm getting. So I'd be cautious about what exactly, I understand here. What I'm getting from this email is that SEMA's had this information, that in the first sentence, it was unable to quantify the friction problem from the information he had previously. Then he goes on to say there's no threshold or relative comparison. And then there's some other examples about what may or may not happen with SMAs as they age. So sorry, I probably didn't answer your question, but that's what I would have taken away from it.
My question was that useful? And I think your evidence was, this is the first time I'm learning some of this. And so can I read from that yes, it was useful and that it was giving you a bit more information points?
Yeah, correct.
At the bottom, Mr. Malone says, perhaps I misunderstood you last Thursday when we talked. So last Thursday would have been August 30. But I thought you said that additional testing had been done either in 2014 or subsequent to the November 2015 SEMA report. So just stopping there, does that refresh your memory about speaking to Mr. Malone on August 30?
No, not in any great detail. But I potentially, if I cast my mind back, I think the Spectator indicated that there was testing done in December of 2015 or something, and maybe that's what I was referring to.
And on August 30, did you have testing that was done at some point, either in 2014 or in 2014, or that could be used as framed as the 2015 chart?
I don't believe I did, no.
I'm going to suggest to you that the Tradewin report in that email that had the forward banner would have met additional testing. Did you have that when you spoke to Mr. Malone on the 30th?
Sorry, I don't believe I spoke to Mr. Malone on the 30th, did I?
He says, when I spoke to you last Thursday and you say you can't remember.
Oh, okay. Yeah, well, so Brian and I would have spoke during the day, correct?
I'm asking you.
Okay.
There's a reference to speaking last Thursday, which I can tell you by the calendar, the Thursday before September 4th was August 30. That was the same day that you had a very busy day that we've gone through. And I think you've already given your evidence that you don't remember speaking to Mr. Malone on that day.
No, and if I did, it would have, anyways, I don't recall speaking to him. And if I did, it would have had to have been, after 7 o'clock at night or something like that, based on the sort of the timestamps from the records. I don't recall that.
Sitting here today, can you identify what additional testing you had on August 30 that you may have mentioned to Mr. Malone when you spoke to him on August 30? Just if you take Mr. Malone's statement there in this email.
No, I think the reference I would have been making would be to the comments in the Spectator that they had identified that there was additional testing in December of 2015, but that might have been what I was referring to.
Is it possible that you were referring to the Golder testing that was done in 2017?
Did I know by this time that the testing that Golder was doing in 2017 also related to friction, or was it, I think my understanding up to this point was it was mostly materials based for reuse for the HIP. And I apologize for being.
No need to apologize. That's helpful information about what your understanding was about the Golder 2017 testing. Your evidence is you don't think that you would have connected that testing to something that might be useful to Mr. Malone in the context of this discussion.
No, I don't believe I don't believe I have knowledge that we retain Golders for, the specific sort of friction testing in 2017 in August. I think that arrives in a month or two.
Registrar, could you close these? After receiving Mr. Malone's September 4 email, did you discuss his email with Mr. Malone further?
I don't believe I did.
Did you share the information that Mr. Malone provided with anybody at the city?
Yeah, I don't believe I did.
Why not?
It appeared to be information that SEMA already had. And, while he provided me some background, I'm looking at information that was now 11 years old and that he'd already had. So my assumption is he's folded that into whatever work he's done on behalf of the city.
Did you do any other research to try to better understand how friction data is assessed or the ranges that are used?
Yes, I did. I don't believe that started, directly at this moment in time.
Registrar, can you go to page 70, please? Can you pull out 167 and 168? The next day you email Mr. McKinnon with a subject line, and I think this is a typo. It says hers here link and some quotes, and you link to the 2017 Spectator article that we've already talked about today. And then you pull out two quotes that are directly from that article. I think that with the typos that your opening sentence here is here's the link and some quotes. That suggests to me that you may have had a discussion with Mr. McKinnon before you sent this email. Did you?
I don't recall.
Why did you send this to Mr. McKinnon?
I don't recall directly, but I do know that I was still, obviously back to are we using the HI? Well, I know my July 19th interview indicated that, we were considering hot in place. And I'm at a point now where I think we're beginning to not consider hot in place. So there may be some budget and hopefully not schedule impacts.
Okay, but you don't say any of those things in this email. Instead, you reference this link, and then the two quotes that you pull out relate to Mr. Moore saying that there was only an informal chart and friction testing was not fulsome and the results were not conclusive.
Yeah, those are, again, the concern about the material performance and what we would do to it to repurpose it in hot in place. I think that's the context by which I'm pulling that out.
So the night before you found and forwarded to Mr. Malone the 2014 email from Dr. Uzarowski that has a chart within it, and then it has the reference underneath the Tradewind report average friction levels. And we know that there's that banner on a December 2015 email chain from Dr. Uzarowski that document also contains the Tradewind report. I'm going to suggest to you that you are emailing Mr. McKinnon because you have connected Mr. Moore's statements to the media with documents that you have now found within ProjectWise. Is that correct?
Well, that's a suggestion. I don't have a recollection of opening and reading the Tradewind report on August 30th. To the best of my recollection, it was later in September when that report, was opened and reviewed.
Leaving aside, I don't mean to interrupt. I'm sorry, go ahead. I don't think you were.
Sorry, and I think the last line says he wouldn't say whether concerns over friction play a role in deciding what pavement to use. In my mind, I'm still focused on what are we doing here with this resurfacing project, and is it a good idea to reuse this SMA? And I don't think I've arrived at that yet, and we're looking at contributing factors.
Did you have a discussion with Mr. McKinnon after you sent this email?
I don't recall that.
Is that to say you don't think that you did?
No, I don't recall either way.
Did you advise Mr. McKinnon of your discussions and or emails with Mr. Malone?
I don't believe I did.
Did you speak to Mr. Moore to try to understand further the documents that you had located within ProjectWise?
No, because Brian's response indicates he's already had this.
Registrar, you can close this down. You go to page 77 and 78, please. And can you pull out 189? So we'll start here. This is September 10th. Your assistant sent a calendar invitation to you and Mr. Beck and Mr. Odie discuss asphalt audit. It was scheduled for 30 minutes on the following day. Registrar, you can close this. And if you can open, call out 190 to 194, please. So there's that email, or there's the calendar invitation, and then the following day you email the same people, Mr. Beck and Mr. Audie, and say, have you seen these Golder reports on asphalt? Did we ever report to PwC? And then there's a reference to a link that ends with PMTR report. So were those the pavement materials reports that Golder did going back? Not about the Red Hill, but just generally about pavement materials used by the city?
Yeah, correct. And you started off with a discussion with Mike and Marco about the asphalt audit.
That's the subject line.
Yeah, and so the thread behind that and those PMTRs, which was the pavement materials technology review, I think. To my understanding, there was 3 or 4 of those done in sort of a phased approach from around the early 2010s up till 2017 or something along those lines.
Yes, that's right. And so is it, are you just learning about the fact that those had been done and that the reports exist in September of 2018?
So I'm trying to, so if you back up to the transition into my role in the sort of December, January timeframe, there's a large focus on asphalts because of the winter damages. We keep coming back to that, but a lot of questions about what's the material, how are we testing it, what are we doing from a sustainability perspective. So I'm not sure if this is the first time I've become aware of the the sort of the discussions with Golder on this, but Sorry, long-winded answer there.
So you may have known about them because they may have been relevant to some of your earlier work.
Yeah, correct.
Mr. Beck replies, and he says, I was speaking to Ludimir last week and he sent it to me then. This is the first I have seen this report. I have read it and I have questions for him, but I have not had a chance to talk to him since. I am not sure what was done with that report. We should talk about it first. And then you respond, we seem to have done a full ASHVIT QA review through these reports. I wonder if there was a report developed for this. So we know that Mr. Beck has received a copy of the Tradewind report. And to your knowledge, Mr. Beck would have been familiar with the pavement materials reports as well. Is that right?
I would, yeah. So my belief is that Mike would have been familiar with what was going on with Golders, but yeah, sorry, when I read that sentence in 192, I think that was the review of our contractors that ended up going over to audit, but not related to the Red Hill.
So I can tell you, Mr. Beck testified that he believes he was referring to the Tradewind report in his email to you. So you send him an email saying, have you seen these Golder reports? And you reference the PMTR reports. And he responds saying, this is the first I've seen this report. I've read it and I have questions for Ludimir, but I have not a chance to talk to him. I'm not sure what was done with that report. And then you come back on a kind of a different topic and say, we have done a full asphalt QA. And so, given that I've just now told you what Mr. Beck has testified he was thinking about, it seems like you are ships passing in the night in terms of what you're talking about. Is that how you read this as well?
Yeah, I do. And I don't know if I was aware of that context, but if it's under the asphalt audit, my mind is to, I mean, not specific to the Red Hill, but my mind is to the rest of the city and how those asphalts are performing. That was the sort of the genesis of audits value for money audit.
I see. And so that's what the context of these emails are, is you trying to collect documents to provide to audit?
Yeah, I mean, I see that the next line is Mr. Pellegrini and DePonker. So that was that stream.
Well, that's just how we've drafted the OD, but I think all of these are under the email discussed asphalt audit from an invitation that you had for a meeting about that. So I think you're right conceptually, but don't take the OD listing as necessarily indicative. So did you ever have a discussion with Mr. Beck following up from what he was talking about? This is the first time I've seen this report.
Not that we had a lot of discussions on audit, and I can't tell you exactly if I followed up directly on this particular one, but we had numerous discussions on payment and payment management and around the audit.
And so I'm hearing from your evidence, you did not follow up in a way in which it became clear that Mr. Beck was talking about a different report than you were talking about, and that it was the Tradewind report.
Yeah, right? Correct. Yeah, that's correct.
Registrar, you can close this down. Can you go to page 89, please? And can you call it 226? The inquirers received a OneNote file, and it is titled September 21. And when we open it in native using OneNote, you can see that you and a guest user modified the note on September 6 and September 20, and that there is an embedded document called Gord McGuire Agenda and one called Gord PAD, capital PAD. Can you tell me a little bit more about whether you can identify what that document is and what purpose it was prepared for? I mean, I can tell you, I think it is related to discussions with Mr. McKinnon during your QT time, but I can direct you that way, and maybe you can confirm if that's the case.
Yeah, I mean, this appears to be the additions to an agenda for, I'm not sure when I met with Dan. I guess it's the 21st. About what it is we wanted to talk about.
So Mr. McKinnon does have a note in his calendar that you had a QT scheduled for September 21st. And you'll see that this agenda has digital billboards, RHVP, actually just stopping there, digital billboards. Was that on the Red Hill?
No, I believe those were proposed in other locations in the city.
Okay, then it says RHVP friction testing. Did you raise with Mr. McKinnon the issue of friction testing on the Red Hill on September 21?
So again, I don't have a direct recollection of bringing up friction testing, in the fashion of the Tradewind style testing. I think what I'm aiming at here is, what are we doing with the hot in place, and do we have a potential concern about reusing that SMA?
Okay, that's not what that says. That says RHVP friction testing. That seems a bit more specific.
Yeah, I agree, but to my recollection, I don't have really a lot of insight into the friction testing until the end of September. So that's my belief, and I'm not sure if Dan has a different recollection or not.
Registrar, you can close this down and go to page 77. And actually, just before we go there, just in respect of your QT with Mr. McKinnon, did you update him about your back and forth with Mr. Malone at your QT?
I don't recall that.
Registrar, could you pull out 186, please? So this is the third progress meeting for the lighting study. This is just a summary from the OD, but the notes from that meeting indicate that SEMA was advised that a full illumination could likely be warranted, but that install and the cost to deal with environmental assessment processes would be significant. And you're listed as being present at that meeting. Is that summary here reflective of your recollection of that meeting?
So again, I mean, I don't recall every specific meeting. That this looks like it's consistent with what ended up in the final report.
By this point, had you decided how the lighting study would be reported to PwC or council? And I'm asking specifically the nature of the report that you were going to be preparing.
No, I don't think we turned our mind to that yet.
Did you anticipate by this point that it would be wrapped up within to be included within a broader traffic safety report?
No, I don't believe that I have that in my mind at this point, but I'm not sure how we're going to report it forward.
Thank you. And I didn't intend to ask all those questions without taking you to a document. I was just hoping to be able to not take you to a document, but just to refresh your memory, CIM 16848, please. So these are notes of a meeting. Thank you. I I think that there's actually a specific reference to doing a joint report, and I just want to make sure that I take it to you because it might assist you in your recollection. At the bottom of page 2, it references thinking about it requires an EA, and the process will be receive, report, and consider information report, no recommendation in the report. So had you started thinking through sort of what that was going to look like, and is this reflective of your thinking at the time?
Sorry, these are Brian's notes?
I'm sorry, these are Brian's notes at this meeting.
Okay. So even thinking about it requires an EA, and that process will not be receive and consider information, no recommendation. This was the top EA. I'm not, yeah, I mean, I'm reading through that. I'm not sure what you're asking me.
So I'm asking 2 related things, and I'm sorry not to be clear. Registrar, could you actually call up image 2 and image 3? So I asked you before, without taking you to these notes, if you recalled whether you were going to include lighting within a traffic report. And so there's a reference here to thinking about it, and that process, even thinking about it requires an EA. I thought that was a typo, but I actually think that might make sense as a sentence. Even thinking about it requires an EA, and that process will not be. And then it says receive, report, and consider. And then it says information report, which is clearly a kind of report you would do to PwC. And then it says no recommendation in the report, just light the top. EA says, I'm not sure if that's going to be useful, but it seems to me
So
that you are starting to think through what you're going to report and how you're going to report to PwC. Is that right?
again, these are Brian's notes, and
Fair enough.
yeah, and so I think the reference to the 2.4 is that projects that exceeded 2.4 million required a full environmental assessment, and then the line below that says you can't piecemeal, so I can't issue 3 adjoining $2 million projects and avoid an EA because that's considered piecemealing. But comparative facilities, alternate negative.
And then if I can also direct you to the top of image 3, it says all generally lit, fully, not partial, no way to get assessment of the partial application, not going to report on lighting. That will be in traffic safety report. So does that assist you with your thinking at this point about how this information was going to be reported to PwC?
No, not significantly.
Okay. Registrar, you can close this down. Did you discuss friction at this meeting? Mr. Malone was there.
I don't recall.
Registrar, can you go to OD 9A, page 90, please? And can you call out 227 and 228? So moving forward to September 26th, I think you've already made reference in your evidence to finding the trade wind report on September 26th. Is that right?
Correct.
And how did that come to be? What were you doing within ProjectWise that you found it?
That's a great question. And I'm not really sure I can answer it. I think, given sort of the confluence of activity that's taking place around the hot in place and what we're doing with the resurfacing, et cetera, maybe, I just poked around inside that file set and to see if there's anything else or anything that might be of value.
Okay. So this these two paragraphs relate to sort of two different documents, or one of them is less clear than the other. So in 227, the inquiry has a spreadsheet and a screen capture of a project-wise audit trail indicating that the city has determined that you opened a file containing the Tradeweb scientific report from the Public Works document management system. And that language is taken from a briefing note that you prepared for Mr. McKinnon. Do you remember sort of setting out in your briefing note what you could recall about how you came across the Tradeweb report?
No, I don't recall kind of outlining the circumstances around it. I think it's generally been, I was in that folder and for whatever reason and found that file.
Okay. Registrar, can you go to HAM 62030, image 6? Actually, image 1, please. So this is not the briefing note that you first make for Mr. McKinnon, which we'll come to, but I think a summary that sort of expands over time. Do you remember working on this document?
I do.
Registrar, can you go to image 6? Actually, can you go to image 5 and 6? And then you see in the left-hand side, during a search of our document management system, I found an email and opened it. September 26th, the attached audit trail snapshot indicates the times in our system generated by the server. And then what I had discovered was the 2013 Tradeweb report done by Golders. And then you have in this document, a screenshot. Registrar, could you pull out the screenshot? I'm sorry, the screenshot on the right-hand side. So you can see this is a screenshot. The email is at the top, redhillsma.msg. And then it shows Mr. Moore creating it on May 15 and you accessing it on September 26th at 8:12 a.m. and then checking it in at 11:32 a.m. See that?
Yep.
Which document, because we've looked at a couple of them now, did you open and make this screenshot from?
So in that screenshot, the thing that on the top left that says Red Hill SMA, that's the document that would have been opened.
Okay, but do you remember the content? The Tradeweb report is in there. I think you've indicated in your document. Do you remember anything else about if it was from Dr. Uzrowski to Mr. Moore, or if it was some other document?
I believe it's an email from Golders to Gary.
And did you make this screenshot at the time when you, I guess, closed it? You know, on September 26th after 11:23 p.m. on that day?
No, I don't believe so.
When did you take this screenshot?
I'm not sure.
Okay, because it only shows that first time that you go in and out of it. I presume you go back to this document more than once. Is that right?
Yeah, or the file gets saved out to a network drive or onto the local drive or something like that, and you don't need to come back into ProjectWise.
Okay. And can you recall which it is? Is it you didn't have to go into it again, or you took the screenshot before you went in again, or you actually saved it somewhere different?
I don't recall, and one of my practices was to, print a lot of stuff. So it may well have gone out in hard copy. And I may have referenced it that way.
Okay. Registrar, could you close this down? Registrar, could you bring up HAM 62457, please? Oh, I'm sorry. Could you bring this up in native? Sorry. While this is coming up, Mr. McGuire, do you know whether audit trails and project-wise capture the email as it's being opened and closed, or the attachment? Are those separate audit trails? Again, I recognize you might not know, just asking.
That's a good question. Yeah, I don't think I have sufficient IT background to give you that answer.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Registrar, do you need another?
Sorry, I don't have that one in native. I have HAM 62645 and 62647.
All right, I'll come back to that. Registrar, can you just try again? I do think that you have it in native. HAM 62457. If not, we can sort that out at lunch. It's okay, Registrar, we can sort it out at lunch. Which is,
Yeah, sorry, I don't have it.
okay. Registrar, can you go to 9A, page 90, please? Thank you. So in addition to that email that we were, the audit trail we were just looking at, we also have the inquirers received evidence that you opened Mr. Moore's January 24th, 2014 email, which was to Mr. Dzhenko on the same day. Do you recall opening up an email that was from Mr. Moore to Mr. Dzhenko, which contained information about Red Hill friction results?
No, I don't recall that. What was the title of that email? Or I don't. Yeah, that's fine.
I actually don't have the name of it handy, but it did contain information that was related to the Red Hill. Do you know Mr. Dzhenko?
No, I don't.
So when you opened the document that contained the trade wind report, did you review the trade wind report at that time, like on that day?
I I would have to say yes. I'm not sure what my calendar looked like and at what point.
Did you think to send it to Mr. Malone?
No, not immediately.
Did you call him and tell him that that you'd received it? To be clear, Mr. Malone doesn't suggest that you did. I'm just
No, I did not.
you didn't even think about contacting Mr. Malone?
Not in the first instance, no.
Okay. What were your initial thoughts upon reviewing the Tradewin report?
Well, I was surprised that it was a report. I'm aware from previous media and interviews that the city's position or the city statements where there was just an informal chart. This is not an informal chart. It's a report. So that was kind of my first take of that.
Ms. Jacob testified that you spoke to her sometime on September 26th after 5 p.m. About the Tradewin report. Do you remember that?
No, not specifically, but I do recall having a conversation with Susan about this. I didn't know it was after 5 p.m.
Sure, and fair enough. But
Yeah.
closer to the end of the day, you do remember talking to her about the report?
Yeah.
And what, if anything, did you ask her to do?
I asked her, so a little background here. Susan's the design lead on the Red Hill project. So I wondered if she, had this information, wanted to know what she, what her view of the report would be. But I think I just brought her the Tradewin report, and potentially she also had the year 6 summary, or I'm not sure if we found that during that day or not.
Okay, let's just take that one thing at a time.
Yeah.
So she's the design lead on the Red Hill resurfacing project, right?
Correct.
You wanted to know if she already had this information, and did she confirm one way or another whether she had this information before you provided it to her?
So I don't have her direct words, but my recollection is no, she hadn't seen this before.
Okay. And we can come to it in a moment, but she does prepare a summary for you about the Tradewin report. Did you ask her to do that?
Yeah, I did.
Was that because you assumed that she had more technical expertise around friction and materials than you did?
Yeah, correct.
She also prepared a summary that includes what we call the Golder report, the 6-year review. So let's talk about that. Do you recall when you first found the Golder report?
So I don't recall finding the Golder report. I don't believe it's in ProjectWise in the director's folder, to my knowledge.
Did you find a hard copy version of it somewhere?
My understanding is that Diana had found a hard copy version, either in a filing cabinet or that Mike Beck had been provided a copy earlier, but from what I understand now, Mike had only been provided a copy of the Tradewin report.
Okay, so let's talk about Diana. You think that she may have found a copy of the Golder report in a hard copy in a filing cabinet. And do you think that happened on September 26th?
Again, I don't really recall when we found the year 6 report. I mean, clearly it's available to us because I think on the next day, Susan provides a summary of it.
That's right.
Yeah. So I'm not sure where it was.
Okay. Ms. Cameron has testified that there was a collection of documents that were in Mr. Moore's office, and then when you moved into Mr. Moore's office, they got moved around and into a filing cabinet, and that she took you to that filing cabinet. Does that assist?
Not really. I think, I think in this summary document that I identify that I'm not sure when we found it. And this was sort of my recollection closer in time, but yeah.
Okay, so you can assist the inquirer with any further information about where the Golder report was or who located it.
The year 6 report?
Yeah.
No, my understanding was that it was either in design or Susan had or Diana had a copy of it, but that's not clear to me.
Okay. Just to narrow down the time, are you confident that the Golder report was that you first learned of the Golder report and obtained a copy on September 26th, not before?
Yeah, correct. I'm not sure. I'm not sure when that report surfaced, and I don't recall when I first read it. And it's a significant report. I think it's it's over 100 pages, I think, or more.
So in terms of the order that things happened, you found the trade wind report electronically within ProjectWise, and thereafter the Golder report surfaced in hard copy?
That appears to be what happened, yeah, correct.
Okay, you don't remember it happening the other way around, where the Golder report surfaced and then you went looking for the trade wind report electronically?
No, I don't.
Okay. And you don't remember when you personally actually read the Golder report?
No.
Did you read it before you asked Ms. Jacob to prepare a summary of it?
No, I don't think so.
I think you referenced that you thought that perhaps Mr. Beck gave you a copy. He's testified that he did not. And so I just want to understand, do you have a clear recollection that Mr. Beck provided you a copy of the Golder report?
No, I don't. And if, if my previous testimony was, I thought Mike gave it to me, that was one of the avenues that I thought the Golder's data had arrived.
Okay. Registrar, I think that you have that native version of that document now. It's HAM 62457. Registrar, could you make that a little bit bigger? It's very difficult to see the font. It's okay if you can't see everything. There we go. So, Mr. McGuire, this is a Excel spreadsheet that has reference to a number of different audit trails, and you'll see we use doc IDs as we've been calling out documents all day. I assume, but I'll just confirm you weren't involved in the preparation of this audit trail. Is that right?
No.
Okay. But it is, if you'll see the very first one, it's doc ID 16795. There's, I think, the reference, which we looked at before, to Mr. Moore's creation, and then your checking out of a document named redhillsma.msg. You see that in the first 3 lines?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to make this the next exhibit, which is 189. I'm sorry, maybe it's 190, registrar.
So it's 190. Thank you.
Mr. McGuire, you know, registrar, you can close this down. Can you bring up OD9A PJD 5, please? At 2:14 on September 17, you sent a calendar invitation from Ms. Jacob, Mr. White, and Mr. Solda for a meeting to review the scope of the resurfacing. And it's in fact not obvious from the OD, but that meeting was scheduled for September 27 in the afternoon. So that would be the day after you discovered the report and after you asked Ms. Jacob to put together a summary. I'm going to come back to her summary in a moment, but do you recall attending that meeting with Mr. White, Mr. Soldo, and Ms. Jacob on that day?
No, I don't recall in detail.
Did you tell Mr. White and Mr. Soldo about the Tradewind report or the Golder report on that day?
No, I don't believe so.
Why not?
I mean, at this point, I think we're just, you know, I've had it for what, 12 hours or 24 hours, trying to digest what it is we have in front of us.
Thank you. Commissioner, I'm about to move on to a topic that will take longer than 1 minute, and we are about 1 minute away from our regular lunch break.
Right. So let's move forward to 1 o'clock. And we'll say it's 1 o'clock and we'll take our break until 2:15.
Commissioner, may I proceed?
Please do.
Thank you, Mr. McGuire. Before lunch, we were talking about events in September of 2018. Registrar, can you bring up OD 9A, page 90 and 91, please? You'll see it, page 90, paragraph 229, that Ms. Jacob emailed you under the subject line RHVP brief, a attached document, says PC attached, and the attached document in paragraph 230 notes that it says 3 reports were analyzed by Ms. Jacob, and she has a summary of findings. Do you remember receiving this brief from her?
Yes, I do remember.
And do you recall at this point, and I think I asked you this before lunch, but just to confirm, you had not reviewed the Golder report that Ms. Jacob is referencing in this memo?
I don't believe I have.
Okay. Registrar, could you pull out the information under summary of findings on page 90 and on page 91? So she notes that there is slight to moderate distortion, slight to moderate longitudinal cracking, top-down nature, and 2 significant flooding events up to 2014. Excuse me. In the next bullet, she notes that cracks on the top asphalt and not affecting the second lift. First lift debonded from the second lift, and that there was 3 times more traffic per year anticipated, and that was designed for. She also said full resurfacing was recommended in year 21. So just stopping there, did you understand that the reference to slight to moderate distortion, top-down cracking, and the reference to the lifts being the second lift and the first lift, that those were from the Golder performance review of the pavement 5/6 years after?
Yes, correct.
You read the other 2 documents that she's summarizing, the trade wind report and the memo from Dave Ferguson. So is it fair to assume whatever you didn't know that was from here, you assumed was from the Golder report?
Yeah, correct.
There's also a reference to new surface course should incorporate aggregates that have good polished stone value. And there's a reference to the 2018 samples that were being reviewed. Did you understand that that was Ms. Jacob, that was her commentary that she was adding in? Or did you understand that that was from the Golder report?
Yeah, good question. I looking at it now, it can't be from the Golder report because that's from 2018, right?
Yes. And
Yeah.
you didn't go back and look at the Golder report or talk to Ms. Jacob, but try to sort of sort out what she's summarizing versus what information she's providing to you as context?
No, she provided me this and I think we had a quick conversation or whenever this was provided back, but I didn't ask her to go through each bullet point.
Okay. There's a reference to the condition of the paved shoulder and to routing and sealing may be required to stop ingress of water into the road structure. Did you understand if Golder had provided any recommendations to remediate the performance issues that they had seen in the pavement?
Sorry, this is the September the 27th?
Yes.
Yeah, no, I don't believe so.
In the Golder report, there is a recommendation for microsurfacing. Do you recall knowing that in September of 2018?
I don't believe so.
I asked you about this earlier, but back in March of 2018, Dr. Izraelski has testified that at that time he conveyed his Golder's view that there should be pavement remediation, including microsurfacing or shot blasting or skid abrading. Did you know that by September of 2018?
No, I don't think, I don't believe I do.
Okay. Registrar, can you close these down? Go to pages 79 and 80, please. On September 11th, Mr. McKinnon forwarded you and Mr. Soldo email from a counselor about a complaint from a member of the public. And you were tasked with responding to this. Do you remember that?
I do.
Registrar, can you go to page 81, please? You have a back and forth with Ms. Cameron, which is the content is referenced at the top of page 81. And it says you're putting together at the beginning of a draft reply to this member of the public. And you say, can you add the Red Hill resurfacing as an H priority sheet? What's an H priority sheet?
That's a good question. I don't recognize that as it feels like a typo of some sort.
Okay, do you have priority sheets? Maybe not H priority sheets, but just priority sheets?
No, I don't believe we do.
Okay. Do you do that for your own to-do list that Ms. Cameron might be helping you with?
I can't provide any more insight into H priority sheet.
Understood. You say in your draft response, we have had a series of reports that indicate there is inconclusive results from the previous testing. What was the basis for that statement?
Again, that's the reference to the information that I've got back from the Spectator. I don't believe I'm aware of the 2017 Golders testing yet. And yeah, that's the information I've got at hand.
So you're using the same language that Mr. Moore had previously used?
Yes.
Registrar, can you go to page 91, please? So you do respond on September 28. So you get this before September 26th, and then you respond after September 26th. So when you respond, you have a copy, or you've found the Tradewind report. And you say this testing has come back with inconclusive results. By the time you have the Tradewind report in hand, what is the basis for saying that there's testing with inconclusive results?
Again, I think I'm trying to stay pretty high level here with this response. I don't believe, this is a day or two after that I've fully digested or comprehended what we've got from Tradewind. And I'm trying to provide her some insight into the fact that we'll be resurfacing.
Okay, so it doesn't sound to me like you're trying to be high level. It's actually pretty specific to say inconclusive results. It sounds to me like you're trying to be consistent with what Mr. Moore said in the past.
Yeah, that's the thread or the language that's been used about the testing in the past, and that's sort of the language that is being carried forward.
So you say in this response, as you mentioned, this testing has come back with inconclusive results. As a result, we are expediting resurfacing of the roadway to occur in 2019. Earlier, I've taken you to Spectator articles where the Spectator seems to connect inconclusive results with, with repaving. I wouldn't attribute that connection in those Spectator articles to Mr. Moore, to you, but here it does look like you are connecting those two things, that the inconclusive results, and then as a result, we're expediting the resurfacing. By September 2018, did you understand that that had been the rationale for programming the resurfacing to occur in 2019?
So at that point, no, I don't believe that I've come to the conclusion that that was the rationale for the reprogramming, but that language is consistent with what was in the spec article, and maybe, I am and just repurposing or sending some of that back to the resident.
Did you ever come to the conclusion that the rationale for the reprogramming of the resurfacing first to be done in 2018 and then in 2019, that was connected to the complaints about slipperiness on the Red Hill?
No, I don't think I ever came to that conclusion. Given the information that we've had, or I got in the interim, but I'm just rereading this. The resurfacing of the road, from my understanding, was based on condition assessments.
Registrar, can you go to page 92 and 93, please? On October 2nd, Mr. Ferguson emailed SEMA requesting a quote for a roadside safety assessment. And then he forwarded the email that he sent to you, to Mr. White, and to Mr. Soldo. And that kicks off the SEMA project for the roadside safety assessment. To your understanding, did this roadside safety assessment request come out of the August 30th meeting that you attended, where wet weather conditions were discussed?
So was I copied on this?
No, but I know that you come to know about the roadside safety assessment. So I was just giving you the timing.
Yeah.
It's in October that he reached out.
Sorry, no, I'm just reading the original scope. My understanding was that this was to, and maybe I'm not reading this correctly, that this was to evaluate what was required for addition into the capital programming. And maybe it says that, I can't read it that quickly.
You can take your time.
Maintenance spreadsheet related to the installation. Okay.
It might be useful if you go to 332 to Mr. Ferguson's initial email to Mr. Malone, where he references the scope, but also that the Red Hill is being paved next year.
Yeah.
And Edward would like to include any works that might come out of this into the budget.
Yeah.
And so I think your evidence is that you understood this was related to setting the scope for the resurfacing from traffic's perspective.
Yeah.
And so my initial question was, did you understand that this request had come out of discussions about the, on August 30th, about the wet weather collisions?
No, I don't understand if it came directly out of that or it was a function of the conversation around getting the scope and the programming for the Red Hill.
By October 2, had you advised Mr. Soldo of the existence of the trade wind report?
And what day is that? Is that like a Monday or something, or? I mean,
I can tell you it's a week before you attend the sort of next Red Hill group meeting. I don't know if that assists.
Yeah, and again, I think there's a few timelines and chronologies that sort of indicate when people were informed, and I don't have that in front of me right now. I'm not 100% sure when he received it.
Okay. Do you remember that? Do you remember the context of when he received it? Was it at a meeting? Was it you and he having a discussion at the office?
Yeah, I think I don't really have a full recollection of when I transferred it or handed it over to Edward, but
Okay, I think that it's a little after this period of time, but maybe I'll ask those questions again when we get there.
sure.
Did you think to add to this scope for SEMA a review of the trade wind report?
Sorry, at this time, I don't think I'm on this email.
Okay, when you became aware of the roadside safety assessment going forward with SEMA, did you consider asking to add a review of the trade wind report to SEMA scope?
I'm not immediately.
Did you at some point?
I mean, further on, we get into a discussion, I think it's in the December timeframe, about having an evaluation of the trade wind report, but not immediately, no.
Okay. Registrar, could you go to page 87, please? Pardon me, I misspoke. 97, please. In October, Ms. O'Reilly followed up again on asphalt testing and asked if there was someone she could talk to. Ms. Graham forwards this to you, and you forward it to Ms. Jacob and Mr. Beck. And you said, let's review this today. And Ms. Jacob said, we should buy some more time before responding to this email. You say, agreed, that's why I want to talk today. Why did you want to buy some time before responding to this email?
Status of task results yet? Do we have this? Yeah, I mean, so in October the 3rd, she's asking if, and I think if I read in there, are we working towards that HIP? I don't believe we have the results back yet from all the testing.
Okay, so why don't you just say that and said what you say is, I think we should buy, or what she says, Ms. Jacob says, I think we should buy some more time. And why did you want to buy some more time?
So, sorry, I don't know how much time we were looking to acquire.
Did your agreement with Ms. Jacobs, you to buy some more time, relate to the discovery of the trade wind report and trying to figure out what it meant?
Oh, sorry. So that's Susan saying we should buy some more time, and no, I can't recall exactly why. Maybe it was in order to try and understand if we were on or off the HIP, or how we were going to potentially communicate the testing or test results, and as you indicate, the trade wind ones.
By October 3, are you on or off the HIP? And maybe I'll put it differently. Have you decided that you're not going to use HIP on the Red Hill?
You know, I think there's some varying timelines in there. I think I'm pretty much convinced by early October that the HIP is not going to work, and you know, considering all the things that we know, that we're moving forward with conventional paving. I think that statement I was, you know, first. That's probably in August 30th. And then, yeah, by now, I think in my mind, we're committed to moving with a straight paving job, but I don't know exactly when that gets completely locked in.
Who makes that final decision? Is it you?
Yeah, I believe so.
After you have found the trade wind report, is part of the reason that you take HIP entirely off the table is because you want to ensure that the repaving is going to happen in 2019?
Well, sorry, I don't know how that's tied to the trade wind report, but I don't believe we're going to get to HIP in this cycle. And the trade wind report, you know, brings in some questions about the different differential performance between you know, the SMA and the link. So I'm just trying to weigh all those factors.
I see. And particular question, I'll reframe it is one of the reasons that you want to go with conventional paving is that you want it to be done in 2019 and not have any situation in which it would be delayed further.
Yeah, correct.
Registrar, can you go to page 94 and 95, please? The inquiry has received notes from Debbie Edwards, who is a city solicitor, regarding a call that you had with her on October 4, 2018. We have handwritten copies, but I think it might be easier just to review the transcriptions. Registrar, can you call out the underlined portion which begins at 10:04:18? Yeah, exactly right there. Why did you reach out to Ms. Edwards on October 4?
So I think, I think in conversation with Dan, we determined that, we should get this over to legal I think that was the reason for it.
And when you say in conversation with Dan, did you give Dan information that you had found the trade wind report before October 4th?
I think I did. I can't remember what day that is, but I think
he testified that you had a hallway discussion about it. Do you remember that?
Not directly, but I do remember trying to getting Dan the information, reasonably quickly from the time that I found it.
Did you give him a copy of the trade wind report or the Golder report for him to review?
I'm certainly not the Golder report, considering it's halved. And I'm not sure if I gave him a copy of the trade wind report or just told him that the report existed.
Okay. So these are notes that reflect a conversation with you. They're Ms. Edwards' notes. And it says, or she records, a number of test results from past which show staff were aware plus. Do you remember giving Ms. Edwards any information about staff being aware? And if so, what this note refers to?
No, I can't give you any insights into those notes or Debbie's notes.
Do you remember this call with Ms. Edwards or no?
No, not really.
Had you spoken to Mr. Moore before October 4 and after you found the trade wind report?
No, I had not.
And maybe we can so we can nail it down. Had you talked to Mr. and advised Mr. Soldo of the existence of the trade wind report before you went to legal?
That I'm not sure. I think there's some indications that it was the next week when Edward was identified or got a copy of it, but I don't have a direct recollection of that.
Okay, just trying to provide some sort of sign markings. It says at the bottom, December 10 meeting on perf on Red Hill. Is that in reference to a internal staff meeting or to a public works committee meeting or something else?
Well, to my understanding, council isn't sitting because we're basically, 4 years removed from now. So there's a municipal election on. So I don't think Public Works Committee would be sitting by early December, but maybe I'm wrong. So I'd have to assume it's an internal meeting.
Okay. Is it possible that would be a deadline to prepare a report that would eventually go to Public Works Committee or Council?
I can't give you an answer on that one.
Okay. At this time, had you and Mr. Soldo finally decided on how you were going to provide the lighting and the traffic components around the Red Hill to Public Works Committee?
I don't believe so. Sorry, when Dave's email to SEMA was just a couple of days earlier, or?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think we've turned our minds to a report to council yet.
regardless of the particular format of what that would look like, in terms of whether it being a joint report or two separate reports, by October 4, was it your thinking that the trade wind report and the Golden report would be referenced and disclosed to the Public Works Committee?
So, I mean, I think we're like 4 days removed from me finding this, for working days. I don't think I've got enough information yet about everything that's taking place. And, you know, the role that I have at the director level wasn't just focused on the Red Hill. So I don't think I've got enough information to figure out what we're doing with this data yet.
Okay, so it wasn't that you read the trading report and immediately said, oh, this is going to have to go to Public Works at some point. You wanted to do an assessment over time?
Yeah, correct.
I just looking through, December 10th is actually the first Public Works Committee meeting of the new council. Does that assist?
Not really, but I don't know. I don't think we brought a report. Obviously, we would see that in the record.
That's true. I think this any report that was going to be on December 10th, I think gets moved to February. Does that ring a bell to you?
No, not really.
Okay. Registrar, could you close this down and go to page 95 and 96, please? And if you can call out 244 and 245. So I jumped a little bit in time, but and I'm not calling all of it out, but you sent a briefing note to Ms. Edward and said, let's talk in the morning. That's just before in earlier paragraphs. And then it looks like you arranged a call to speak with her. Do you remember that?
No, I don't recall.
Registrar, could you close this down? Can you go to HAM 64308? To image 20, please. Do you remember putting this briefing note together for Dan?
Yes.
Could you go to the next page, Registrar? And then the middle of the page, sort of close to the bottom, 4 paragraphs up, you write, SEMA was not aware of the friction test produced in 2013, apparently. By this point, had you reviewed a copy of the 2015 SEMA report?
I must have.
Had you noted, and it may be in the paragraph just above, that SEMA had suggested skid resistance testing in that report?
Yeah, correct.
How did you know that SEMA was not aware of the friction test produced in 2013? You do say apparently. Was that just a presumption because it's not referenced in the report itself?
Yeah, correct.
Registrar, could you go to the next page, please? At the very bottom, Registrar, can you put up the last paragraph? You say the result of this, and that's having gone through some historical documents and really into 2018. This facility needs a resurfacing, and we have a budget for this in 2019 that will address the need to rehabilitate this facility, and we will select an asphalt mix that is suitable friction attributes to ensure we're meeting or exceeding current guidelines. Did you consider whether there was any interim measures that should be considered between October and when the resurfacing was going to occur?
Well, no, not immediately.
Registrar, you can close this down. And can you go to back to page 21, please? And can you call out the top half of this page down to in 2015? One more, thank you. So it looks, Mr. McGuire, like you have reviewed the 2014 Golder report, or perhaps you've just taken from Ms. Jacob from her summary. Do you recall if when you're preparing this in October, you've actually gone and looked at the Golder report at this point?
So this is what do we remember the date on this one? October.
This is the document.
5th?
Oh, sorry to interrupt. This is the document you provide to Ms. Edwards on October 4. So it's very soon after it's very soon after Ms. Jacob put together her summary.
Okay, so I'm not sure if it was myself or Susan. I recognize the top bullets as sort of Susan's. I suspect, I mean, it's probably my writing in the bottom 2 paragraphs, and it looks like, I did read or got through at least a chunk of that Golder's report.
Yeah, the actual report itself is not is sort of less than 15 pages, and at the end of it, you can see reference to page 8. Its recommendation to apply microsurfacing over the entire facility to address the relatively low FN coefficient and remove the frictional component as an element. So by October, you do know that Golder has made that recommendation, right?
Yeah, correct.
And do you know at this point that between 2014 and 2018, microsurfacing had not been applied to the Red Hill?
I don't know that positively, but I'm pretty sure that someone would have brought it to my attention if it had been done.
Okay. You can close this, Registrar. Thank you. You can close this as well. Did you consider whether microsurfacing could or should occur before repaving?
I think if I sort of recall the context of the Tradewind report, it provided, some information and some background, but it didn't directly call the Canadian or Ontario standard. So I wasn't sure actually of the full applicability of what they had determined with their measurements. I think if I remember correctly, they had some conclusions to do further testing, which I'm not sure at that point in time. I know what had been done, and I think the other conclusion was to do possible remedial work, and we're lining up for a resurfacing, which is a significant remedial activity.
Okay, so but my question was in between October and when the resurfacing was going to happen, likely in the spring or summer, did you consider whether the recommendation that Golder made, having reviewed the Tradewind report and appended it, to do microsurfacing? Did you consider whether that should happen in that interim period?
I don't think I considered that, no.
Registrar, can you go to HAM 64308 at image 13, please? So these are notes from the call with you and Ms. Edwards and Mr. Sabot on October 5. I think you said earlier you don't remember this call.
Yeah, I don't.
Ms. Edwards' handwriting is mostly legible. You'll see in the first bullet point, board to speak with Gary Moore before finalizing note to Dan McKinnon. Need more context. ESP since Golder report is draft, if not final. Did you reach out to Mr. Moore as it appears was discussed on October 5?
No, I don't believe I did.
Why not?
I think Dan did, but I'm not sure.
Okay. Did you in October make contact with Mr. Malone, who you'd contacted the month before about the 2007 friction?
No, I did not.
Why not?
I mean, at the time, I brought it forward to internal staff, and they were reviewing it. And we've got solid and competent engineering staff. So I'm trying to process what we have in front of us.
Okay, so by this point, Ms. Edwards and Mr. Sabot know about it. Okay, here's a note that references it. Ms. Jacob has done a summary for you. You gave her the documents. Does Mr. Beck know? Can you say one way or another?
Well, I mean, I think he does because he actually received it before anyone else, but I'm not sure if he's been kind of read in by Susan about the Tradewind report.
Okay. So again, we'll get to when I think you update Mr. Soldo. Sorry, I forgot Mr. McKinnon, you've told him. Is there anybody else that you have advised of the existence of the Tradewind report in, let's say, till October 9?
At some point in time, communications gets pulled in, and I'm not sure if that's through Jasmine or her manager, her name escapes me at the time.
Mr. Attell?
Yes.
That's definitely they do at some point. Maybe I'll put it in this way to help. Mr. Zagaric eventually gets updated. To your recollection, did Ms. Graham get pulled in and advised of the existence of this before or after Mr. Zagaric?
I'm not sure when Jasmine was pulled in.
Okay. So I think we have Ms. Jacob, Ms. Edwards, Mr. Sabot, possibly Mr. Beck, Mr. McKinnon. They all have been advised by you of the existence of the Tradewind report. And now I'm going to turn to October 10, page 112, please. I'm sorry, I did
Sorry,
say
Council.
OD 9A, page 112. Apologies, Registrar. So on October 10, there was a public, there was a agenda that in respect of the Red Hill Valley Working Group. And it lists Mr. McKinnon, Mr. Soldo, Mr. Ferguson, Mr. White, and you. Do you remember attending that meeting?
No, not specifically.
Okay. Do you have a recollection that that you told Mr. Soldo about the existence of the Tradewind report at some point in connection with this meeting, if not actually at the meeting?
Again, I don't have a complete recollection of when Edward was provided a copy of this report. My understanding was it was in the first couple of weeks of October, but I can't provide you a definitive date.
Okay. How exactly did you advise Mr. Soldo of the Tradewind report? Is it in a discussion?
Yeah, good question. And I don't know if I sent him a hard copy and followed up with a call. I can't recall.
Okay. Turning to these minutes, it says proposed resurfacing, and it says M question mark R question mark. Do you know what that means?
No, I don't.
And then it says Public Work Committee reports, Martin White to add street lighting OBL item to his safety report. Gord McGuire, Edward Solda to co-write a safety audit report. So by this point, are you, has the plan coalesced that you and Mr. Solder are going to write a safety audit report that builds in street lighting?
It appears so. Yeah, I would have to say yes.
Do you remember that?
No, not directly.
Okay. Did you advise Mr. Ferguson or Mr. White of the existence of the Tradewin report, either at this meeting or before or after this meeting? I mean, immediately before or after this meeting?
Sorry, Dave Ferguson or Martin White?
Yeah.
No, I don't recall him giving them that file at this meeting or after.
Do you recall ever having a sort of a direct communication with Mr. Ferguson or Mr. White in which you disclosed the existence of the Tradewin report or discussed the existence of the Tradewin report?
No, I don't recall that.
Do you recall having a discussion with Mr. Soldo once you provided him with a copy of the report? Recognize you don't really remember how exactly you gave him the report, but do you remember having a discussion?
Well, we had a number of discussions around the report. I don't recall one specific one. But yeah, I mean, once he was aware of it, we had, a bunch of different discussions on it.
Sure, I'm thinking about the first discussion that you had. Once he had you told him about it, or you gave him a report so he was aware of it, he read it, what was his first reaction, if you recall?
Yeah, I mean, I think our reactions were that this report, was indicating the differential performance in the two assets, but we still needed to get more information around what it actually meant.
Did Mr. Soldo, in that first discussion after you disclosed the report, did he convey any concerns about the current safety of the roadway as a result of the Tradewin report?
No, I don't recall him bringing up, an immediate concern.
Registrar, can you call up page 113 as well as 112 and call out 280, please? So from the 15th to 19th, you had some discussions with Mr. Oak regarding the sources of funding required for the Red Hill, and you advised that that you budgeted for the full amount available for funding for the rehabilitation and expected to use all of the funds. As I understand it, you budgeted, or the city budgeted for an expensive conventional shave and pave, and was hoping to recoup or to reduce some of the costs by using hot in place. Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct.
And so where you say here, we're going to use all the funds, is it fair to read that as confirmation that by this point you are proceeding with a conventional shave and pave?
Yeah, I mean, that's a reasonable assumption. And again, I don't know if we have a complete pin on the moment in time when that was decided, but.
Registrar, could you close this and go to page 109 and 110, please? this handwriting is Mr. Beck's notes from a meeting that he had on October 18. I'm not going to ask you to try to read his handwriting, but it is, and we know from his testimony, in respect of a meeting he had with Dr. Uzarowski and others on October 18. And Dr. Uzarowski testified he didn't think that you were at this meeting, but that you came by after the meeting and had a discussion with him about hot in place recycling. Do you remember that?
I remember having some conversations with Dr. Uzarowski on both the aspects of the audit and those PMTR reports and findings that they'd made for us. And I believe we had a conversation around hot in place as well.
Okay. Can you pinpoint that to accord with Dr. Uzarowski's memory that it was on October 18th?
No, I couldn't tell you what day.
Okay. Is this assuming that his recollection is consistent and that your recollection of meeting with him happened on this day? Was this the first time you met Dr. Uzarowski?
Potentially. I'm not sure if he was in the office for any of the other. I mean, there was also work going on those PMTR and our Form 800s, and I'm not sure if he was in for any of that prior to it, but it may have been one of the first times that we met. Okay.
And do you recall discussing hot in place? Do you recall the details of your discussions about hot in place?
No, and again, I'm, when Mike Beck and Dr. Uzarowski are having a conversation about materials, I'm just listening to what does this mean for us and what's the schedule and is there a budget implication? They get into the technical details fairly,
Dr. Uzarowski testified that at the meeting with Mr. Beck informed him that the city was deciding not to proceed with hot in place for the Red Hill, but was going to proceed with the shave and pave. Do you have any knowledge about when Golder was advised that hot in place was not going to be used on the Red Hill?
Sorry, on this date, Mike told Golders that we weren't proceeding.
That's what Dr. Uzarowski testified to.
Okay, yeah, then this is probably the first time that they're hearing, to my knowledge, that it's not going to be applied to the Red Hill. Okay,
you said probably, and to my knowledge, you don't have a firm recollection or knowledge about that either way. Yeah, correct. I'm not sure when the decision was made and if, I informed Susan or and how that went from that perspective, whether she picked up the phone and talked to somebody or this was the second time that they'd heard, or I'm not sure. Okay, but you definitely didn't personally communicate this to Golder? No, I did not. With the city deciding not to proceed with hot in place on the Red Hill, why did the city continue to work with Golder in respect of the hot in place suitability study? There's back to that winter damages thing, and I had that discussion earlier. If there's a way of extending and stretching the dollars available in the capital, it's well worth proceeding. I don't know how far down the line we were in this study. I think, we've done the sampling and a number of things were, most of the physical stuff had been done. I think we were at a point of the studies and the summaries. So it made sense to finish it off from a couple perspectives. One, determining the suitability of hot in place in general, and then secondly, to try and get ourselves, our staff, some understanding of a new technology. Registrar, can you go to page 113, please? And call out 281, please. This key messages document prepared by Ms. Graham is from late October. She testified that she drafted this document based on a conversation she had with you in preparing for an interview with Nicole O'Reilly. And it was to create sort of speaking points for the city spokesperson. There's a reference, the very first bullet point, we are expediting the repaving plan. So that may just be communications language, but what is the reference to expediting? That seems to me to be an acceleration of something. And so I'm wondering why that term is used.
Yeah, again, I think we used the word expediting in the July 19th so it feels like language that and I would have had a conversation with Jasmine as well. So yeah, it feels like, we want to make sure that this project gets out and delivered would be the way I'm looking at it.
Okay, so I see that being, that's a high priority. But just so that the evidence is clear, there's been no expedition in that, you're not expediting it in that it was set for one thing and you're moving up the timeline to an earlier period of time, right?
No, and for clarity, it was budgeted as a multi-year project. So I think the total budget ended up to be around the budget amount around 14 million or something, split into 2 years. So in year 2, which is 2019, we were preparing to go ahead with this project.
Okay, it was a 2-year project and it was originally 2018, 2019. So now it's going to be done in 2019, 2020. Is that right?
No, it was a 2-year. So my understanding was potentially a 2-year funding cycle that we could use in the second year. We could do it all in 1 year with both years, first year's funding and the second year's funding.
I understand. So by 2019, did you understand that both the southbound and northbound lanes of the Red Hill would be done in 2019?
Yes, that was my understanding.
Registrar, can you go to page 102, please? Excuse me. At the top of this page, on October 23rd, Mr. Beck emailed you and Ms. Jacob and said he got a call from the MTO that the Spectator was contacting them about Hot in Place. He says, not sure how the spec will use that information. Did you, pardon me, I should have said the MTO provided them with information regarding HIP, but also included the fact that they do not allow it on SMA. Did that leave you with any concerns about the communications over time that the city was considering using Hot in Place on the SMA on the Red Hill?
Yeah, I don't recall, having a significant concern hearing that the MTO wasn't allowing it on the SMA. I'm not sure if MTO's SMA mix was potentially different or something like that. So maybe they'd come to their own conclusion. But no, I mean, we're already at a point where we're not going to use it. So.
But you'd had communications where there was discussions about whether you were going to use it. Did the fact that MTO didn't use it on SMA, well, maybe I'll start with this. Was that new information to you when Mr. Beck told you that?
I would say yes. I hadn't heard that before.
And so that would, if you were still considering it, would have been another hurdle to get over if you were going to use Hot in Place. Is that fair?
Yeah, correct.
The back and forth around from this email sort of continues, and you'll see at 2:60, Ms. Graham emailed you and Mr. Beck and said, a reporter does want the name of consultant Golder and Associate. And you respond, hi, pardon me, you might be easier to actually get the emails out, but the way that we do it is using initials. So you added Ms. Jacob into the email exchange, where Mr. Beck and Jasmine Graham are on it already. And you say, hi, Susan, FYI. And then Susan says, consultant is not tactful. And Jasmine says, LOL, what do you mean? And you say, I believe he is fairly, quote unquote, direct. Did you have any concerns with Ms. O'Reilly reaching out to Golder and to Dr. Uzrowski in particular?
No.
Were you concerned that he may reveal the existence of the Tradewin report or the friction values contained in it?
No.
All right. What concerns, did you have, if any, about his directness?
None really. I mean, Susan identified that. Yeah, I mean, when the reporter would speak to Ludimir, that's the pardon me, Dr. Uzrowski, that would be potentially, what they were dealing with.
Okay. Registrar, could you call it the bottom of 103, 263? So Ms. O'Reilly also contacted the mayor's office communication staff, and you worked with her to pull together some speaking points. Do you recall that?
Sorry, with Michelle or with Jasmine?
With Michelle and Jasmine, I think.
Yeah, probably. I don't recall it directly, but.
So you referenced here in the Ms. O'Reilly's email that you said recent testing showed significant cracking from the top down. So the recent testing that's referenced there that showed significant cracking from the top down, I am confused about which testing you were talking about. Are you talking about the 2014 Golder report or something else?
So to my understanding, I'm getting this information from Mike Beck, and I'm not sure who else was out in the field, but when those panels were lifted, and I think there was I can't remember what time it was in July or August, that we picked up a series of panels on the north and the southbound Red Hill, and Golders went out and did some testing and used some of that for the mix design for the HIP. So that's my understanding, is that from those samples, there was some top-down cracking.
Okay. So where it says recent testing showed significant cracking from the top down, during the recent sampling, you found significant cracking, is that right?
I believe that's that's my understanding of what information I had at that time.
Okay, that's helpful. Registrar, could you close this down? And I'm about to move on to another topic, and it's 3:15, which is our time for our usual afternoon break.
Yep, so let's stand adjourned until 3:30.
May I proceed?
Yes, please do.
Registrar, can you bring up HAM 61520, please? You can go to image 18, please. This is a bit hard to read. Thank you. Mr. McGuire, do you recognize this Spectator article from October 25, 2018?
Yes.
You're quoted in it. Do you recall being interviewed for it?
Yeah, I believe I was interviewed for it.
Did you review it after it was published?
Yeah, I would have read it.
It references friction testing in 2015 was inconclusive, 4 paragraphs down. See that?
Yes.
So by this point, unlike in the 2017 article that you reviewed or the 2018 article that you reviewed, you now had a much clearer sense of the friction testing that had been done in 2014, set out in the Tradewin report. Did you take any steps to confirm if friction testing was done in 2015?
After this article, I think we've been, at this point in time, we're looking through the records to find out, what's going on with the Golders assignments. But no, I don't believe I'm looking for 2015 results. I think at this point in time, I'm thinking she's referring to 2014 results.
Okay, to the reference that Mr. Moore had made to her, as said in earlier articles?
Correct.
You say at this point, we're looking through records to find out what's going on with the Golder assignments. This is October 25, 2018. Are you sure that that anybody, and I'm not sure who you mean by we, are looking through records to try to find what's going on?
Well, obviously, we are going to begin that in earnest, I think, shortly with the Freedom of Information request. But I think, we're trying to sort out what happened with the, the friction test and how it was acquired.
When you say we are trying to find it out, before you received the Freedom of Information request, what steps exactly did you instruct your staff to do to inquire into the Tradewin report?
So I think I asked staff if they'd seen it before, and I'm not sure when that was. Did some research in ProjectWise and in our Spider system to see if there was any other data that we may have had on it. But that was probably the extent of it.
Okay, and so that sounds like you were doing some poking around in ProjectWise and Spider, and you may or may not have asked staff about this at this time. That was what you did before the FOI. Is that right?
I believe so, yes.
Mr. McKinnon had said in his examination that he viewed this to be something you were working on, and that he had, on his large plate as well, but that it was in effect in this sort of not in a high priority slot of his time or yours, given how busy you were with other things within your division and the department. Would you agree with that?
It was a very busy time, and yeah, it probably wasn't prioritized at a really high level.
Registrar, could you make this document smaller just so that we can see the entire image? Or maybe pull out the bottom half. I'm not sure what you did there to make it larger if it was a call out. Thank you. Apologies, I'm just looking for the reference that I'd like to take you to. Registrar, apologies, can you close this out and take it from a bit higher, from sort of under the blue hyperlinking? So you're showing the bottom 2/3. That would be perfect, thank you.
I think I will zoom in on it like I did before, because it's going to be really hard for everybody to read it. So,
That would be great, thank you. So in the middle of the document that's up now, it says the city did not see the need. It's about halfway between this document. Can you see that, Mr. McGuire?
Yeah, correct.
Thank you. Didn't see the need to test the quality of the asphalt because the decision had already been made because of the cracking that the road needed to be resurfaced. And that appears to be a comment attributed to you. Did you assess whether to test the quality of the asphalt after receipt of the friction, after you learned of the existence of the friction report?
I'm just sorry. I'm just trying to reread this. It's been a little while since I've been through it.
Of course, and I'm going to take you next to the next line. So if you want to read that one as well, that would be
Quality of the fact that you couldn't come. Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure where that quote's coming from. Didn't see the need to test the quality of the asphalt because a decision been made. If she got that from me, I said the testing been done involved new testing been involved breaking the material apart. Okay, and then.
so. You don't have to agree that the quote is accurate, but my question was, did you assess the need to test the quality of the asphalt after the decision to resurface, which had been made, but after you saw the trading report?
Yeah, so I'm a little puzzled about the term quality. Like, we did test we broke out, and I think we tested the polished stone value. I'm not sure if she's referring to like an extracted asphalt cement test here or something. Maybe it's been a few years since I had this conversation with her.
My interest is really more in the next line in any event. So it looks like Ms. O'Reilly put to you, when asked whether the city would consider testing the asphalt quality as a way to see if it could be a factor in any crashes, McGuire said he couldn't comment. Had you considered whether to test the asphalt in a way to see if it could be a factor in any crashes?
I mean, at this point, we're alive to the trade wind report. We're, aware of the wet weather issues. I think in my summary on media or something, I note that she said something in here, and I'm not sure I either agreed with it or was a comment that I fully understood.
Okay, so you didn't think you understood the question from Ms. O'Reilly?
I'm not sure of exactly what it is that I did say in response to that.
Okay, regardless of what you and Ms. O'Reilly talked about, my question was really actually about what you were doing behind the scenes. Did you, and I'll put it more pointedly, did you consider testing the friction values on the Red Hill after you had seen the trade wind report to assess whether the friction values could be a factor in any of the crashes?
So, I mean, at this point, trade wind tells us that there's, a differential in material performance from the Red Hill and the Link. And it also tells us it's using an international standard with a piece of equipment from, I believe it's from Ireland or something like that. And we don't have an applicable friction standard in Ontario. So I'm not sure yet if I know if there was a decision or a desire to pursue friction testing, what it is we would actually pursue.
The trade wind report says that the friction values on the Red Hill were below or well below the UK investigatory standard. Did you take any steps to consider whether to do friction testing, including whether if it was even possible to do friction testing in a way that would be useful to you?
And so here we're about, a month away from the finding of that report. The report said I believe the conclusions or the summary indicated that we should do follow-up testing. So trying to resolve whether or not that's been happening. I think the other thing it did say was to do remedial activity. The resurfacing is as I think we've talked about, is a fairly significant remedial activity. So at this point, it's October. Very little can be done on that facility across the winter. So in my mind, we're pointing and driving hard at the resurfacing project.
So I take it that your answer is no, you didn't consider doing friction testing?
At this point in time, no, I don't believe we had come to that conclusion that that's something we needed to do.
Did you ever assess whether to do friction testing?
So we did friction test, I believe we did friction test the facility pre and post resurfacing.
You're quite right about that. I should have been more specific. Prior to the disclosure of the trade wind report, did you ever consider whether to do friction testing?
I don't believe we did. I mean, I don't believe that I did.
As between you and Mr. Solda's group dealing with the sort of traffic safety side of it, in your mind, who would be the person to make the decision about whether to do friction testing or not?
That's a good question. From a materials perspective, if there was a applicable standard, then it would go to the materials group, which would be the engineering services.
Even if there wasn't an applicable standard, don't you think materials would still be with the materials group?
Yeah, correct. But, when I look at some of the discussions around friction and friction testing, there's a lot of sort of decision trees that don't necessarily have hard values around them. Some of them flow through, are you seeing more of this and more of that? Have you considered, roadside maintenance activities or different signage or something along those lines? So kind of a long answer to not really sure exactly where the friction component lands.
Thank you. Prior to the receipt of the FOI in that month or so, from September 26th to November 8th, did you reach out to anybody outside the city who you thought might give you more information about whether there are applicable standards for friction or how to go about it, analyzing the Tradewind report?
No, I think we were doing some internal research and trying to figure out what the report meant. Again, you know, the report indicated that it was below an investigatory standard. We're trying to determine what that meant. And again, there wasn't a Canadian standard or Ontario standard, North American standard that I think we could reach out to. I know I did some searches to try and see if there were municipalities that had friction programs, and I don't believe I ever found one.
Registrar, could you close this and go to page 115 and 116 of OD9A, please? Oh, and sorry, just as you are pulling that up, I am advised that this is not yet an exhibit and should be made an exhibit. HAM 16520. It's actually part of a larger larger package, but I suggested that the entire doc ID be made the next exhibit 191.
Noted, Council. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm also advised that yesterday I forgot to make a document, an exhibit that I put to Mr. McGuire. This is completely out of where we are in the chronology right now. But the April 25, 2018 kickoff lighting study minutes from CIMA, it's CIM 16263. And I'll ask that be made the next exhibit 192.
Thank you, Council. Noted.
Thank you. Thank you for the housekeeping. So, Mr. McGuire, on October 17, you're copied on an email. Sorry, I think I have the date wrong. You'll see in 286 on October 25, there is an email from Mr. Fields to Mr. Omrani. Registrar, could you pull that out? So, oh, I'm sorry, 186, please.
Sorry, 286.
186. Commissioner, you're good?
186 or 286?
That part in the afternoon. Apologies, 286. The registrar had it up. He reads my mind. Thank you, registrar.
Yeah, got it.
Apologies. This is an email that you're not copied on, Mr. McGuire. It is between Mr. Field and Mr. Omrani at CIMA. But he notes we pushed our report date from December 10 to February of 2019. The pressure is off. And this is in the context of CIMA finalizing the lighting study report. I asked you earlier about if December 10th meant anything to you and noted that that was the first Public Works meeting of the new council. Does that refresh your memory about discussions about when to report on the lighting study?
No, not significantly. I mean, you know, reports move through cycles on a fairly regular basis, and I wouldn't be aware of, you know, the Public Works dates specifically. But what you're telling me is that we were lined up for the 10th, and then now we're moving off into February.
At this point, again, we're still in October. Did you expect that the trade wind report would be disclosed publicly to council or to a public works committee?
I don't think I've turned my mind to that at this point.
Is it fair to say that you didn't want to make that call until you actually understood if the trade wind report values really had meaning, given the issues with the standards and those sorts of things?
Yeah, correct.
Registrar, could you close this down? And could you go to HAM 63096? This is minutes of a meeting with you and with others in respect of an audit meeting. And it appears to be sort of going through what audit is looking for. Do you recall looking at the attendees, if this is an internal meeting to prepare to respond to the value for money audit?
So those are all internal attendees, yes?
Did you advise the attendees at this meeting of the existence of the trade wind report?
No, I don't think so.
Did you understand that the trade wind report would be responsive to the requests from audit in respect of the value for money?
So at this point in time, I don't believe so.
Registrar, could you mark this as the next exhibit? And could you go to OD9A, page 117 and 118, please?
It's exhibit 193.
Thank you.
Sorry, I think I just brought up the wrong page.
Is 117 and 118, please?
Thank you.
Mr. McGuire, you'll see at the bottom of page 117 at 293 and 294, you have start to have some back and forth with Ms. Graham about a reporter from the Daily Commercial News. And Ms. Graham first emails Mr. Ferguson and Mr. White in traffic operations and engineering about collision hotspots, and then asked you to respond to 3 questions from the reporter, which I think Ms. Graham prepares the initial response. Registrar, could you call out the top of 118, please? So under the red, the question from the reporter is the quality of the asphalt originally compromised? And the response is the asphalt is at the end of its expected life cycle, originally from 2007. This resurfacing project falls under regular maintenance work. As of October, the end of October here of 2018, did you understand that the asphalt was at the end of its expected life cycle?
Well, my understanding of what I had been given to this point was the facility was paved in that sort of multi-layer deep strength asphalt. The surface course was the SMA. It was expected to last kind of X amount of time, but I believe that X amount of time was related to the traffic volumes. The traffic volumes had increased, and we've done some technical studies, and what I'm led to understand from staff and why we're programming is that it's time. for this facility to get resurfaced.
Registrar, could you close this down and go to page 121 and 122? And can you call out 302? Ms. Graham sends at the reporter's request a heat map from the traffic section, which showed the red dots indicating collisions that resulted in a fatality. The darker the purple, the more collisions in that area. Registrar, you can close that down. The heat map is on the top of page 122. Had you or anyone in Public Works at this point compared the locations of collisions to locations with lower friction values as set out in the Tradewind report?
No, not to my knowledge.
At this point, apart from Mr. Soldo, are you aware if anyone in traffic engineering and operations is aware of the existence of the Tradewind report?
No, I don't. I don't have any insight on that.
Registrar, can you go to page 124 and 125? And can you call it 310? So I'll orient you to this in a minute, Mr. McGuire, but first just a little bit of background. Mr. Field sent you a copy of the draft lighting study that SEMA had prepared on November 5. Do you recall reviewing it at the time?
Well, sorry, did they send me? I think we asked for a couple of things from them. I mean, there was the full study, and then there was a kind of an executive summary or a condensed version.
Yeah, so you contact Mr. Malone to ask for that condensed version. This is the sort of the first part of that before that happens. Just your receipt of the draft report itself, which was on November 5. And I wondered if you reviewed the complete report when you received it, or maybe I'll ask it in this way. Did you wait until you got the executive summary from SEMA to review them together?
So, I mean, if they sent it to me November 5th and then I had a call on November 7th, it sounds like, Brian's made some notes that I've reviewed it. So I would have to assume that I've reviewed it.
It does seem that way.
Yeah, I mean,
Mr. Malone indicates that you're very happy with it and describing it well done and comprehensive. So I'm going to assume that you read it. You left a voicemail for Mr. Malone on I think on the 6th, and then you spoke to him on the 7th, and this is his notes that he's sending internally to his colleagues at SEMA. In the 4th full paragraph, Mr. Malone reports to his colleagues that you have concluded that it makes no sense to proceed with recommending for an EA for only lighting because Hamilton is also examining a number of other major improvements on the roads. And we've had some discussions about this already, but was that your view at this point that recommending an environmental assessment process just for lighting would be premature given the other work, the other major improvements that were going on within the Red Hill Creek?
So, I mean, if I remember correctly, this report, the full report, had the conclusions in there. I think they also had a conversation, a discussion around either what next steps or what's required for lighting. I don't know if I concluded it would make no sense or if through reading that section, my understanding of that was we would have to do kind of probably a multi-year environmental assessment around the environment and everything else like that for both facilities. And in order to do that, we'd want to fold in all the other elements, which I think Brian pulls in here, and maybe there's more. So I'm not sure if I've concluded based on his report, or you're suggesting I've concluded on my own prior to reading this report, or.
Okay, but coming out of the report with wearing, wearing your hat, where not only about lighting, which SEMA knows about, but about all the other things that could be planned on in respect of the Red Hill or the link, you have much more insight into that part of it, what is going on in the city, than SEMA would. And so coming out of this illumination report, do you conclude that, oh, there's a lot of things going on and we're not going to proceed with one of the next steps that SEMA suggests would be the appropriate next step to proceed with illumination?
Yeah, I don't think that SEMA suggests that we go ahead and do a standalone lighting coming out of this report. And I believe SEMA is also engaged, with Edward and their folks about what else is going on, so that they would have probably as much information on what's taking place on the facility as I would.
Mr. Malone references a joint report on lighting in the next paragraph. And so at this point, and again, I've asked you this a few different times, was there a decision as between you and Mr. Soldo that you do a joint report that addressed lighting and also the roadside safety, and on Mr. Soldo's desk as well as is a speed study?
I don't directly recall it, but apparently, yes, there is a discussion going on around that, and it does make sense to coordinate the lighting issues together with whatever else is coming forward.
The next paragraph says you've asked for a 2-page summary on the lighting report. Were you anticipating providing that summary to Public Works Committee?
I'm not sure if I was anticipating, directly attaching it to a report or extracting, kind of the highlights out of that as elements in a report.
Was it your intention to append a copy of the Tradewind report to the staff report?
The Tradewind report?
I'm sorry. Was it your intention to append a copy of the lighting study to the staff report?
I don't believe it was, because, I think the lighting study in its entirety is like 50 pages or something, maybe along those lines. And if we went together with Edward and he had all of his, the speed studies and things like that, it would become a fairly significant report from a volume perspective.
At the bottom of this, Mr. Malone reports that you said that the intent of this joint report that you're preparing with Mr. Soldo would be to conclude the report with a recommendation for funding to undertake a comprehensive review of the Parkway, the asset, and complete a functional evaluation for action going forward. He goes on to say the recommendation recognizing needs to do close monitoring for changes so that future actions are adjusted to optimize the original infrastructure, the improvements that are being completed, and the improvements already planned. And he says, this is to his colleagues, bluntly, this is code for seeing if the collision issues on the Red Hill are resolved with the new pavement. So stopping there, do you recall that it was your intention to seek a recommendation for funding to undertake a comprehensive review of the parkways?
So in the recommendation in the report, which goes in February of 2019, I believe we would recommend $125,000 or something for the development of a terms of reference, which would then, and I think it's already that has been let and or been tendered and assigned to do a functional review of the Red Hill and Link.
I think you're right about that. At the time in 2018, what did you envision the functional evaluation to be for?
Well, and fundamentally, the widening or not widening of the facilities, so that some decisions could be made about moving forward on things like lighting or medians or HOV lanes or transit only facilities or things like that. There was a lot of conversation going on around what may or may not take place on that facility. Well, those facilities are the Link and the Red Hill as one.
Registrar, could you close this, call it in the document, and go into CIM 22413 at image 33 to 33 to 34? You'll see on 33, there's in the highlight, it says VM Gord McGuire, and then it says Gord McGuire, and then there's some notes. And I understand from Mr. Malone's evidence that this note reflects the conversation that you had. And if you go down to the second to last paragraph, if you can call it that, it says glaring issue. That's right. Yes. Thank you, Registrar. Glaring issue, no correlation with lighting, is coral with wet road, need data, resurface, hand grenade. And then it looks like an N. Do you recall having discussions with Mr. Malone about wet surface collisions on this call that you had to discuss lighting?
Not distinct recollection. I do, recall having a good conversation or review of that report, because it was, a fair amount of effort and was, I think, as I noted, well done. I'm not sure where he's getting all this from, and if it's from our conversation. And I'm not sure what the need data refers to, or the rest of the comments.
Do you remember using the phrase glaring issue or hand grenade in respect of the anything to do with friction or friction values on the Red Hill?
No, I don't recall using those words.
You don't recall using those words at all in respect of anything?
Look, I don't recall the conversation in particular, and I don't recall using the words hand grenade specifically.
Okay, what about glaring issue?
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's his heading, or I'm trying not to read too much into someone else's notes.
Sure, and I think my question more is, do you remember using the word glaring issue, and if you did, what was it in respect of?
So I don't recall the conversation from, it appears to be just about 4 years ago, with Mr. Malone on this. He's taken some notes, and I can try and provide you some insights, but I can't tell you the exact words and phrases used in that call.
This is still October of 2018. Did you view the continued high proportion of wet weather collisions, and now the exclusion really of any correlation with lighting, to be a glaring issue that suggested there was something wrong with the pavement surface on the Red Hill?
I don't think I've come to that conclusion. I'm still of the understanding, that there's high speeds, that there's a fundamentally different geometric design on the Red Hill than there is on the Link. And, it's got grades and a variety of other things. So still not 100%. I don't know if anyone is on the wet weather rates.
Did the conversation that you had with Mr. Malone prompt you to raise the Golder or Tradewind reports with him?
No, not at that time.
Did you think that the information in the Tradewind or Golder reports would be helpful to the work that SEMA was doing on the roadside safety assessment?
So, I mean, the Tradewind report, still we've gone through it a couple of times, but it refers to some data that was acquired, laid over an investigatory framework from the UK, and it recommends potential remedial action. I mean, the remedial action that's coming is a major resurfacing. So at this point in time, the Tradewind report is telling me that the resurfacing is something that addresses what they may have considered a potential.
So is the answer to my question no?
I would say, yeah, no.
Registrar, could you go back to OD9A, page 130 and 131? And can you call out 314 and 315? So on November 8, the city got a FOI request, and it had a turnaround of completing an information sheet by November 15. And the request itself is set out in 315, which is access to any reports, memos, drafts, correspondence about friction testing on the Red Hill in the last 5 years, and any reports, memos, including drafts or correspondence about asphalt or pavement testing, assessments, and plans in the last 2 years. I assume sitting here today, you're quite familiar with this FOI request, right?
Yes.
And when you received a copy of it, was it obvious to you that the Tradewind report and the Golder report from 2014 would be responsive or were likely to be responsive documents to this FOI request?
Yes.
To this point, prior to this receipt, I think your evidence has been that you had not even turned your mind to whether the Tradewind report had to be or should be publicly disclosed.
Yeah, I don't think I formed an opinion on that one way or another.
And at this point, with the FOI request, if the Tradewind report or Golder report were responsive, they would be disclosed through that process. Is that right?
That's correct.
Did that cause you some concerns given the inconsistencies that you had seen in the way Mr. Moore had framed the friction testing results versus charts in some of the media?
Yes, that, I mean, it's we had that conversation. It was characterized as a, I can't remember again, informal chart, and it is in fact a report.
Were you concerned about the potential reputational damage for having to disclose this document publicly, and that would reveal that those media, that information to the media was not as accurate as it could have been?
So I think, I'm going to be very careful about, my role here. I'm not a communications officer for the city or legal. So I'm aware that we've got this report and we've made other statements around it. Not certain right now that I'm, I'm characterizing this as a major issue for the corporation that I need to manage. But I do need to understand, what it is we're going to release. So probably a long answer to your question.
Not a long answer, and a helpful answer in that when I'm asking these questions, I'm interested in what your knowledge was, what your feelings about it were, what your understanding was about it. Certainly, if you also want to explain what you viewed your scope of responsibility to, but my questions are not limited just to your scope of responsibility. At this time, when the city received the FOI request, who in city staff, to your knowledge, knew about the existence of the trade wind report?
It would have been, the folks that we've talked about to this point, Susan and Mike Beck. Not sure, I'm not sure if they've shared that with the PMs and their project team. I think probably Marco, Dan, Jasmine, Diana, Edward. Sorry, I'm gapping a little bit.
That's all right. Do you mean Diana? Do you mean Diana Cameron?
Yeah, Diana Cameron.
And Edward, you mean Edward Soldo?
Yeah, correct.
And also Debbie Edwards.
Oh, right, yeah.
And Ron Sabo, because you spoke to him as well.
I mean, just for clarity, how long do we go today?
Till 4:30. We're almost done. Did you give any direction to Ms. Jacob or Ms. Jacob or Mr. Beck about whether they were permitted to share the existence of the trade wind report with their PMs or project team?
No, I didn't.
You didn't give direction either way?
No.
And did you provide a copy of the trade wind report to Mr. Marco Audi, directly, or are you just assuming, and when you added him to the list, that he would have become aware of this through someone else?
I'm assuming that he would become aware of it. I don't recall giving him a report directly, although that may have happened.
Okay. We have a copy of an email that you sent of this FOI request, which comes in through the clerk's office to Ms. Cameron to you. Registrar, could you close this down and go to page 131, paragraph 318? Here, so you send it very shortly after you receive it to Ms. Edwards and Ms. Graham. At this point, does Ms. Graham know about the existence of the trade wind report?
I'm going to have to say yes.
Have you personally told her about it?
Well, were we not involved in developing those chronologies? Did that occur in October or did that occur later on?
You mean like the timelines that we looked at earlier?
Yeah.
Yeah, as to my understanding, those are much later.
Okay. So my understanding is that Jasmine is aware of it at this point.
Okay, and is it as you send over this FOI, you also tell her, oh, there's a document that's going to be responsive to this?
Sorry, maybe I missed that.
When you are forwarding this FOI request, is this also at the time where you tell Ms. Graham, oh, there's also a document that I believe is going to be responsive to this? It's the trade wind report.
Or are you asking if this is the first time that Jasmine's seen this?
Well, you're not including the trade wind report in this particular email, but I'm asking at the same time as you were sending this email about the FOI, are you also telling Ms. Graham about the existence of the trade wind report?
And I don't have any direct recollection of when we brought communications in on this.
Okay. Registrar, you could close this down. So you send this email, and then we at the inquiry have received copies of voicemails that you left for Ms. Edwards. You left one for her at about 11:44, which was 40 minutes after you sent her the email. And then you left a second message for her at about 6 p.m., which I'm going to assume, I'm going to infer she didn't get back to you during that day. Were you concerned or anxious about the FOI request, such that you're leaving 2 messages for legal counsel about it?
Well, I mean, I'm reaching out to counsel. I don't know, if you're characterizing it as anxiety or anything else along that line. I do know that I believe I've got vacation scheduled in the next week, where I'm going to be out of the country for a couple weeks. So maybe just trying to make sure that I mean, this is going to be a pretty big lift too, for us to go through all the information. So trying to connect with Debbie.
Okay. So you do have some concerns about your own timing, given your vacation coming up?
Yeah, I mean, that's one aspect. I mean, it's obviously a concern. Someone's asking for this report, and we kind of need to understand what the next steps look like as we develop the responsive materials.
Registrar, could you bring up HAM 64308? Image 8, please. Ms. Edwards testified that these are her notes of a call she had with you either in the evening of November 8 or in the morning of November 9. Do you remember connecting with Ms. Edwards after you reached out to her?
No, I don't, not directly.
Okay. She is recorded as saying not yet talked to Gary. Did you convey to Ms. Edwards that you had not yet talked to Gary?
I don't recall the conversation, so if those are her notes, then that's what she put down from there.
All right, and I think you said earlier in the last time you had a conversation with Ms. Edwards, there was a reference to speaking to Gary. You had not, in fact, talked to Mr. Moore before the receipt of the FOI. Is that right?
Yeah, and that, to my knowledge, the next time I connect with Gary is in a meeting in Dan's office. I think it's kind of the end of November, maybe early December, something like that.
What advice in particular were you seeking from Ms. Edwards?
I think I was trying to, number one, get that copy over to her as well, because the Tradewood report may have some implications on some of the files that in her office. And number two, I think I was probably looking for some support because she does assign Berdina to this file.
I understand, and maybe that's, I can ask a more specific question. In terms of the legal advice that you're going to get, were you looking for advice about which documents were going to be responsive to the FOI request, or legal advice on something else? What was the kind of advice that you were hoping to receive from legal?
So I'm hoping, or not hoping, but I'm looking to get a collaborative approach at going through this while we do. I can't remember the exact phraseology there. Is it 2 years? So that would be, that's the like the 2017 testing, all of the other testing, and then back to 5 years, which would be the Tradewood testing. Somebody to help us out to go through what is and isn't responsive, and help us with that work.
Registrar, could you go to OD 9A, page 132? And if you can call up 3:24, please. So Ms. McNeil reaches out to you and you say, are you available on the 13th? This weekend, I will prepare a summary of events and forward it to you on this matter. We looked before at, and not in significant detail, but we looked before at that briefing note that you had prepared for Dan McKinnon. Had you been keeping that up to date since October? You've been adding to it, I mean?
That document, it kind of evolved. I can't tell you exactly when I was in and out of it, but yeah, it was an area that I tried to consolidate what I knew when and sometimes add to it. So I'm not sure if that answers your question.
Well, it sounds like you don't really remember if there was any adding to it in October, but at some point you did update it. Is that fair?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. Registrar, you can close this down if you can go to page 134 and 135. And if you can call out 331. We'll start with this. So this is a document from November 11, which is a text exchange between you and an individual referred to as Gary, but I think you've already identified these texts to be between you and Gary Moore. So there's on this page, you'll see there's the references to the July 19, 2018 texts that we've already gone through. So registrar, you can close that down. And if you can call out the next page at 135. So you see where it starts November 11, 2018.
Yes.
So from here, this is an exchange that you appear to have, and it looks like, looking at text messages, that it's all on the same day. Do you recall having a series of text messages with Mr. Moore all on the same day on November 11th?
Yeah, I believe they're all on the same day, and it appears to be November 11th. Yes.
November 11th was a Sunday. Are you working on Sunday to prepare the summary for Ms. McNeil?
Yeah, I guess so.
So you say, Gary, have you seen the FOI request on friction testing? It's due next week. And he says, nope. Diana, and you say, Diana sent it to you. I just resent it asking for friction testing back 5 years. And Mr. Moore says, I've been off. For some reason, I'm not getting email. Anything I have, I gave to Rick or Tyler, and I put everything in the files. I have nothing. And then you respond and say, there's a 2014 draft by Golders with an appendix from Tradewind Scientific that is in ProjectWise. Rick and Tyler haven't seen those, ? FOI asked for these kinds of records. Are you in tomorrow? We should review this. So just stopping there, can you identify the surnames for Rick and Tyler?
That'd be Rick Andoga and he was a senior project manager in the asset management group. And he was on the materials or the surface side, so the road side.
Sure. Yeah, I think we've come across him already.
Tyler Renault. I'm not sure if you've come across him yet.
He's the one who was going to go up. I think you testified to see the MTO project for the Pond Place. Is that right?
Yeah, correct. He's a PN. He's our materials QA project manager in construction.
It says you say Rick and Tyler haven't seen those ? And so just to confirm, stepping away from this text message for a moment, had you confirmed if Mr. Andoga or Mr. Renault had previously obtained copies of the Tradewind report?
I can't remember. I did at some point in time canvass staff, and I'm not sure which staff that I canvassed about if anyone had seen these reports.
Okay, recognizing it's very late in the day, and I can ask you this again tomorrow, but do you recall sitting here today which staff you were sure confirmed that they had a copy of the Tradewind report before you found it on ProjectWise?
I don't have any record that any other staff had a copy of this prior to the 2018 sort of August to September timeframes between, myself and Mike Beck.
Thank you. Was Mr. Moore still working out of an office in the city at this point in November of 2018?
He was, still with the LRT group, and I'm not sure if he's in the Suite 320 or if he's over at Hunter Street at this time.
Thank you. Commissioner, I'm noting the time. It's 4:31, and I think this is a good time to end for the day.
I think so. It's been a long day. All right. Unless there's anything else we have to do this evening, I don't think there is. We'll stand adjourned then until 9:30 tomorrow morning.
Thank you.
Have a good evening, everyone.
Yeah, thank you.
Registrar, could you put council into a room?